Okay, members of council, we do have quorum. I will call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Members of council, please rise if you're able for the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all of us command. Quand on bras c'est porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Dans l'histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Kichigwanage, Nani Bueda Migueche Wendanda. Nani Bueda Migueche Wendanda.
Please remain standing and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Chi Chiang Chung, Julia Cleveland, David Perche, Rizwan Rahman, Anna Sherlock, and 5 members of the Toronto Public Service from Toronto Shelter and Support Services. Thank you. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land, which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are here with us today and who are watching the meeting online. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to recognize the 150 years of firefighting in Toronto. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Good morning. We are pleased to have joining us today a number of guests, including Interim Fire Chief Larry Coco, Deputy Fire Chief Jim Jessup, Paul Fitzgerald, and Kevin Hamilton, and Laura Boyd, along with other Toronto Services staff members. President James Reid of the Toronto Professional Firefighters Association and their executive team are also here. Chief Bikram Shala from Toronto Paramedic Services, and the Staff Superintendent Brett Nicole from Toronto Police Services, along with members of the Toronto Fire Historical Society, Toronto Fire Service Honor Guards, Toronto Fire Service Pipe and Drum Band, and Toronto Fire Services War Veterans Association Color Guard. Welcome to the Council Chamber. The City of Toronto is proud to have a fire service that delivers world-class fire protection services to the people who live, work, and play in the city. Today, we have the privilege of celebrating 150 years of dedicated fire protection services in the City of Toronto, an incredible milestone that highlights our long-standing commitment to safety and community resilience. For many years, Toronto was served by a volunteer fire department, and in 1874, the City Council of the day saw the importance of a full-time fire department to give the residents of Toronto the best fire protection service possible. At the time, the full-time department had just over 36 full-time members and used 5 horse-drawn fire engines, but they were at the fire stations day and night. Since that time, the city has transformed dramatically. The 5 horses have been replaced with 124 trucks, cobblestone streets replaced by pavement, and wooden homes by concrete towers reaching high into the sky. By the late 80s, the 6 fire departments serving each district corner of the pre-amalgamated city became one. And we now have a fire service with 3,327 full-time staff serving the residents, businesses, and visitors of Toronto, providing service from 84 fire stations around the city. Today, we celebrate this incredible milestone. We are joined by members of the fire services and the Toronto Professional Firefighters Association and countless others, both past and present, that represent the rich history and legacy of Toronto Fire Services. This dedication of our Toronto Fire Services is commendable. Their commitment to courage, compassion, and service reflects the core values that guide them in protecting our community. Celebrating 150 years of world-class fire protection service is a remarkable achievement, and one I, as the mayor, and we as City Council are incredibly proud of. This achievement highlights the professionalism through changing times. We as a City Council remain committed to supporting these vital services, ensuring that the residents of Toronto continue to receive world-class fire protection services. So on behalf of Toronto City Council and the residents of Toronto, congratulations on this achievement and thank you for protecting our city. And now, we'll conclude this presentation with a short video highlighting 150 years of firefighting in Toronto. Let's give them a big round of applause before we see the video.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. Very hard act to follow, a fantastic, fantastic video. I just want to stand up for a second because this 150th anniversary is such an important one. It also fell at the same time as the open house that Toronto Fire has every year. And I was so pleased because the Fire Academy is in my ward. I attended with the mayor. And there was over 2,000 Torontonians who took advantage and came through that day. They saw so many things. They got education on fire. They saw how firefighters run up buildings. They saw everything. And so many kids said, I want to be a firefighter. So that was pretty exciting. Unfortunately, also, as the mayor pointed out, the statistic on the number of homes that have smoke detectors is only every 4 out of 10 homes. So that's a very low number, and I think probably on this 150th anniversary, all of us as councillors in our communications could certainly promote that a bit more, because that's quite a surprising statistic. I also note that shortly after, very close to the Fire Academy, just down the street on McGee, there was a fire that night where 3 homes were burnt because of somebody fixing their roof and couldn't put the fire out. And of course, our fire department was right there and got it out. And as always, kept me in the loop as councillor as to what was happening and how difficult that fire was. So I just want to thank everybody again for that. Because when we were at Chief Pegg's retirement, there was something very special that he got. He got a lot of special things and a lot of accolades. It was a wonderful evening. But we also got from the historic services, the historical group that in Toronto Fire, we got the actual motion from City Council in 1874 that set up the fire department in the City of Toronto. And it was very special, and thank you so much for bringing that here today so I can share a motion that was very successful 150 years later that basically says, your committee therefore recommend that a company be organized to consist of 36 men. Now, I'll just stop there for a second because our firefighting contingent is full of men and women. So a very different day 150 years ago. Don't feel badly. You're here now. You weren't there then. Whose full time and attention shall be devoted to their duties as firemen and properly drilled therein, which will not only meet the requirements of having men/women on the spot to render the necessary assistance in getting the engines speedily to work on all occasions of fire, but will also be more effective for general purposes as firemen than a larger company of men who are generally every day at work at their various kinds of employment. I don't need to remind you that the force was an all-volunteer force of 41 people, and with this declaration and this committee declaration, it became 36 full-time firefighters in the City of Toronto. The difference in cost between the partially paid company and a company of 36 men would be about $12,000 per year, which your committee have no doubt would be more than compensated by the greater efficiency of the department. All of this is respectfully submitted. Committee Room, Toronto, July 22nd, 1874. James B. Bousted, Chair. Anyway, that is very exciting to see that. Councillor Candeval was there. He's not here this morning, but he said, I wonder if there were any amendments, which I thought was very funny. But there weren't. It was a straight up, here is the motion, here is what we're doing, here we're setting up a fire department that has done us proud for 150 years. So to all of those who have served with courage, compassion, and service, which is the motto of the fire, the fire services here in Toronto, I just think we owe them all a big, deep debt of gratitude and a big thank you for serving always with courage, compassion, and service. Thank you very much, Speaker, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you. As Chair of Economic and Community Development Committee, I also want to build on this spirit of gratitude. I think that looking at the video and knowing the story, this is one of the best examples of what we can do when we pool our resources together as a society and build a professional service that offers us the protection that we need when we need it the most in the worst crises. Yes, it's the fires, it's also the hazards, environmental hazards, and it's the education and support. No matter who you are or where you live, and even if you don't have a home, the Toronto Fire Service is there to make sure people are safe. I think when you look at the video and you know the story of this fire service, it's a story of growing commitment from the city in building the infrastructure that's needed to provide this service, but it's also the story of the people, of the need to constantly improve safety for them, for firefighters, working conditions, and the continuum of care, which I think we should be really proud of in this fire service, which is led on the focus on trauma support and recovery. And it's something that I feel very proud of to say and to stand before you and to congratulate you on that. This is really, also about celebrating all of the catastrophes that haven't happened because of prevention and all the work that's done to make sure that we don't get that call in the middle of the night. I get the call. I've had a 5-alarm fire at Dover Court and Bloor. The partnership and support has been unbelievable. The St. Anne's fire, which made global news, and the care that was shown by the fire service to that faith community and to Davenport in particular, I think I just want to say thank you and to add my congratulations for the future that comes with us together.
Thank you, Councillor Bravo. Councillor Cole.
Yeah, I just want to say that we just had a dangerous fire this morning at Bathurst and Eglinton, where a stolen car caught on fire. Luckily, the TTC bus driver, who was run into by the stolen car, pulled the person out of the vehicle that was on fire, and that person is now in hospital. But let's also thank the other workers who work for our transit service, police, paramedics for their work, and especially in this case, I want a big shout out to that TTC driver who risked his or her life to pull that person out of that vehicle that was in flames at Bathurst and Eglinton. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, on the item?
Yes, on the
Okay.
item. Thank you very much. I just want to echo the thanks and the recognition to Toronto Fire Services. As we've heard and also experienced for over 100, for exactly 150 years, Toronto firefighters have stood as guardians of our city, and especially in a growing city, whether it's fires that are in towers in downtown communities like mine, or whether it's careful and delicate rescues, they have faced countless challenges with unwavering courage and determination that characterizes their work and their service. And it is selfless service and an unwavering commitment to protecting our communities, and that's what makes them true heroes. And I'm so glad that we are able to honor them as we begin our work today at Council. And beyond firefighting, we have heard the important role that Toronto's firefighters play as community leaders and educators and as role models. We've seen them participate in community events and workshops, education at our public schools and at our local community centers, sharing their knowledge and expertise with residents of all ages to ensure that fire protection and fire prevention are something that we are capable and prepared for as a city. And fostering that culture of fire safety and awareness, they're helping to create safer, more resilient, and more capable communities. I want to echo Councillor Bravo. You know, there's so many times where, as councillors, we have gotten that call that something has happened in our communities that requires our attention and our support. And each and every time, that relief that fire services has acted so quickly, so bravely, and so efficiently to ensure that the minimal amount of harm has been done and the most amount of work has been done to protect and support communities in that incredibly difficult and sometimes tragic circumstance. They're always there to lend a helping hand, whether it is, disasters like we're seeing through the climate crisis, or whether it's assisting a neighbor in need, very often being the first ones on site and making sure that folks are reassured about what will happen next. And to our firefighters, all of the ones who are here and who are part of the service in every corner of the city, thank you for this commitment. Thank you for your courage and your selflessness. Thank you for being the heroes that our city needs, and thank you for our continued work together.
Thank you. I understand the city solicitor would like to make an introduction.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to welcome and introduce our 6 new Articling students that are here with us for a year. If you could stand up. And I will say your names and hopefully pronounce them all correctly. Amanda Owusu, Nicole Voskel, Isha Patel, Yelda Nuri, Camilla Conti, and Douglas LaForce. So they'll be working in the legal department for the next year.
Thank you and welcome. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Moved by Councillor Pasternak. So if you can move them, read the motion, please. Oh, sorry. There you go.
That City Council confirm the minutes from the regular meeting held on July 24th and 25th, 2024, and the special meeting held on September 5th, 2024, in the form supplied to the members.
Thank you. All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce the reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Chow, you have a motion to introduce the Executive Committee report.
I do, and the motion is that the report from meeting 17th of the Executive Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Madam Speaker, we have quite a long meeting, and there were many items. We went into the evening. The first one, 17.1, is building a universal student food program in Toronto, something that I've been working on for many decades, since the late 80s, early 90s. What is in front of you is a plan, asking for a more comprehensive plan, but to start, we're looking to see if we could feed 8,000 kids as of January 1st, because the winter is going to be tough. We know that Thanksgiving is upon us, and it will be a tough year for Daily Bread Food Bank, because the needs have increased, because the rent is so high, and people, even working with several jobs, are having a hard time making ends meet, which means that right now, 10:15, 10:13, there are children in schools across Toronto that may not be able to focus because they are hungry. So this program, this motion in front of us in executive asked us to come back with a plan in November, the cost and how we're going to do it. The next item is something that we've debated quite a bit, which is the electric ferries. You have seen a different discussion about whether our ferry is safe. Of course, it is safe. There was a presentation at the executive about our ferry services, and that because we have ordered electric ferries, we want to make sure that there is the dock that could accommodate these new ferries, plus people. There'll be more people able to be on these ferries, so the dock and the whole area needs some kind of change. The next item, Madam Speaker, is one that I believe you are very, very interested in, because last year the rollout of the VHT causes a lot of anguish. A lot of seniors were scared. Those that cannot speak English didn't know what to do. They were crying on the phone. They were lined up at City Hall and all the centers trying to figure out, because there are 160,000 homeowners were receiving a note to say that their tax have gone up dramatically, which scared them. And it was unnecessary. It was a big mistake. So this year, in this report, it's a redesign of the entire program, and there's a lot of details in it, and I think there will be a presentation for members of council so that you can become familiar with it, because it's quite different than last year. It's a lot easier to apply. There will be a lot more communication, multilingual communication, and there's perhaps some members of council will have some suggestions to improve it even further. Well, that item is going to be on, and I do know that the city staff have worked very hard, and I believe they visited about 2/3 of members of council in coming up with this plan. So those of you that have not had the time to visit, to get a briefing, you will see it today. So put your thinking cap on. How do you think this can be improved? And let the city staff know. And because it is a very important initiative that we've done for several years. From judging from the folks from Billy Bishop Airport, welcome to Council Chamber. We will be discussing that item on the runway and safety areas, and on how we could make sure the passengers are safe and continue to support the airport. That item, I believe, will have a lot of discussion, because there are different options out there, and then the questions about cost and financing, etc. So it's sort of complex, and I believe the city staff can certainly answer several questions, whether it's option 1, 2, or 3, and the financing and the tripartite agreement, etc. I know I'm running out of time. Just one other item that's really important, because Councillor Moyes has been really pushing on the St. Lawrence Centre. Can we afford it? Will we be able to go ahead? That item is also on. And there are one item that you might be interested in, Madam Speaker, is that the water capital budget, 2024 budget, and the capital budget adjustment, because that is where the funds comes from on flood mitigation. Yeah, so very heavy agenda that is in front of us, and lots to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Board of Health report.
Yes, I do. That the report from meeting 16 of the Board of Health listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Last month, the Board of Health returned to session with a full agenda of items pertinent to the health and well-being of our city. Top of our minds with the beginning of the school year was a student nutrition program. Today, at the Board's request, we have received a report from the Medical Office of Health outlining a phased approach to realizing a universal student nutrition program, an expansion for which there is critical need. Also pressing has been response to the provincial announcement of changes to the regulation of safe consumption sites and $378 million in funding for new homeless and addiction recovery treatment known as Heart Hubs. Following this announcement, Toronto Public Health was notified by the province that the supervised consumption services at 277 Victoria Street will cease by March 31st, 2025. As we learn more about what the new regulations mean for sites across the city, we have been working to determine the path forward to ensure that people are able to receive the full continuum of care and services that they need. At our last meeting, the Board requested that the province continue to fund all currently operating supervised consumption services and consumption and treatment services sites beyond March 31st, 2025, and all supervised consumption services to be housed at the new Heart Hubs. Finally, as the year begins to draw to a close, so does our time with Dr. Davila as our Medical Officer of Health. Preparations for her departure continue as the Medical Officer of Health Hiring Committee has conducted preliminary interviews with a number of highly qualified candidates from across the country. We will be ready to appoint a new Medical Officer of Health at our November board meeting before seeking council approval in December. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, you have a motion to introduce a Civic Appointments Committee report.
Yes, I would like to move that the report from meeting 18 of the Civic Appointments Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. I just want to encourage my councillor colleagues to promote our many boards where people can participate. We want people to know that their voices matter, and it's a very meaningful way. Sometimes we are wrestling at civic appointments because we're not sure that we're getting the diverse pool that we wish we could have. And so the website that you can direct everyone to is Toronto.ca/shapeyourcity. I hope that you can include it in your newsletters, and let's make our boards and committees representative of the diversity of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
I do. Thank you, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 15 of the Economic and Community Development Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. I just want to speak briefly to some of the highlights of our 15th meeting. We appointed the first Youth Poet Laureate, Shahada Jack, to great celebration in the community and among organizations representing youth. We heard about the expansion of the Diversity Fellows Program, an update of the program which will include Vital Indigenous Youth Fellow program that's been thoughtfully and carefully crafted by staff in consultation with community. And we heard the report of the Los Angeles mission, which was highly successful and highlighting the stability of our film industry in Toronto, the concierge services that are offered to the industry, and the quality of our crews and our workers, our workforce here in Toronto. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce General Government Committee report.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting number 16 of the General Government Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 16 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. There are some great topics on there. Everybody loves congestion, right? So there's a report on that, and everybody loves construction. There's a report on that too. And we all love EV chargers, and there's a report on that. So I do ask that you do try to circulate your motions so that we can move efficiently through the infrastructure items and also have staff review those from a technical standpoint. I will say on congestion, the report is exceptional, and it was very well prepared by city staff. And importantly, it doesn't just talk about the new recommendations, the new things they're adding, but there are tables that are in there that describe all the actions that are underway, and there will be soon a dashboard that is launched. So I think it's important that we remember that while we're only voting on a few motions today related to congestion, there is a very large body of work around that. So please also have a look at that as you prepare your motions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
Thank you, Speaker. Just looking for my motion here. Oh, there it is. I move that the report from meeting 15 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. And given that it was one of our shorter meetings, this is one of the shorter speeches to introduce an item.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
I do, thank you, and good morning to you, Madam Speaker. I would like to move that the report from meeting 16 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 17 of North York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 16 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
That the report meeting 16 of the Toronto and East York Community Council listed on the agenda for Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business from the mayor and city officials, moved by Councillor Crescenti? If you can read the motion. There you go.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning. That the new business from the mayor and city officials listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? Please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest, and remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. I don't see any. I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? No. Okay. Members, I will now review the order paper. And when we review the order paper, once the order paper has been approved by council, any change would need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 22.7, review of the order paper. If council adopts any amendments to the order paper, they will also be posted with this item. We have one deferred item before us today, EC 14.11, and the mayor has designated item EX 17.5 on Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport runway and safety areas as their first key matter and first item of business today. The mayor has designated EX 17.1 on building a universal student food program in Toronto as their second key matter as first item of business tomorrow. The notice of motion run-through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. Members, there are some related matters on the agenda that I propose be considered together if they are held. Items IE 16.2 and IE 16.4 relating to infrastructure program coordination and congestion management. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold, and I will now go through the items to take additional member holds. I will review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold, and I will go through the agenda one section at a time. Okay, we'll start with Executive Committee. No? Board of Health. Civic Appointments. I don't see any names on the screen. So the Board of Health item 8, 16.9 is here without a recommendation. So you would like to hold the item down? Okay. It's here without a recommendation, and we do have a supplementary report on that, 16.9A. We'll now go to Councillor Crescenti. Are you with Civic Appointments? You got your name up there.
I missed one at executive, if I could go back to that.
Sure, which item?
Very quickly, item EX 17.14, City of Toronto Reserve Fund balances.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you. So we'll now go to Civic. It was EX 17.14, City of Toronto Reserve and Reserve Fund balances as of June 30th. So we'll go Civic Appointments next. Economic and Community Development Committee report. General Government. Councillor Ainslie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. GG 16.12, award of document number 44, sorry, it's the GFL for curbside collection. I'm not going to read the whole thing.
So you're holding that item down, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, please.
thank you. That's on GG 16.12. Infrastructure and Environment Committee report. Councillor Moyes.
I want to hold EC 14.11.
You wanted to hold what?
EC 14.11.
EC.
Yeah. Oh, it's a deferred item. Can I hold that item?
It's already held.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold IE 16.2, Enhancing Capital Infrastructure Program Coordination. I have two motions that I've worked on with staff and run past the chair. And so I'm going to advance circulate those for everybody to look at, and then we can quickly
Okay,
release it
that's
later.
on IE 16.2.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold two items, IE 16.4, the Congestion Management Plan, as well as IE 16.8, Fossil Fuel Advocacy Advertising.
Thank you. Okay. Planning and Housing. Councillor Bradford, do you have one on Planning and Housing? No? Councillor Pastor, I see your name. Okay. Planning and Housing, anything? No? Oh, Councillor Perks? Just one sec. Councillor Perks.
Yes, Speaker, I had held PH 15.3, which is the affordable or the social housing project at 35 Bellevue Avenue, and I'm prepared to release that. Oh, I'll continue to hold it then.
Okay, continue to hold. Okay, thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to hold PH 15.1, Official Plan Policy Amendments for Infrastructure Projects in Parks and Open Spaces.
Thank you. Etobicoke York Community Council. Okay. North York Community Council. Scarborough Community Council.
Oh, Madam Speaker, I have something for North York. I put my name down.
Okay, it just came on. Councillor Cheng?
Yes, I'd like to hold NY 17.27, please. I have a technical amendment that's being.
NY 17.27.
461 Shepherd Avenue East.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
On Scarborough Community Council, Councillor Candeval?
I'd like to hold SC 16.1.
Yeah, and that's here without a recommendation.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any more on Scarborough? Okay, Toronto and East York Community Council. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Staff have asked me to hold TE 16.29, 16.30, and 16.31 for minor wording changes.
Okay, 16.29, 16.30, and 16.31.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold TE 16.4, 16.5, and 6.
Okay, just one sec, please. I don't know shorthand.
I can teach
Okay,
you.
16.4.
16.5.
Okay.
And 16.13.
16 point, yes, that's here without a recommendation, 16.13.
That's correct.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Holiday?
Thanks, Speaker. TE 16.20, which is corridor safety review, Mortimer Avenue between Pape Avenue and Broadview Avenue. I have some questions of staff, so just an alert, if I can speak to them offline, it'd be great. Thank you.
So you're going to hold the item down?
I will hold the item.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and new business. Councillor Perks?
Yes, Speaker, I had held CC 22.7, amending item 2024 PH1 14.1 in response to Bill 97 proclamation, employment area land use permissions. I'm happy to release it just for members. This is a technical thing. Our current official plan permissions reflect old legislation, and what this item does is bring our employment land permissions into conformity with the new legislation. And this is just a minor wording change that staff had to make all of that go through.
Okay, so Councillor
CC
Perks.
22.7.
Yeah, Councillor Perks wants to release CC 22.7, new business. Okay, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Moyes, under new business.
I'd like to hold CC 22.12, the 33 Maitland Street and 37 Maitland Street.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further holds on new business? No? Okay, thank you. We will now, we will now consider our request to make items urgent and time specific. If you can put your name on the screen, please. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP and you can place your name on the list. Councillor McKelvey. Just one sec. There, Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you. I'd like to debate 16.2 on construction and 16.4 on congestion together. Those items were held and have it as the first item after the mayor's key first item.
Okay. On favor, carried. Mayor Chow.
It's, I'm asking for 15 minutes before 12:30. We adjourned slightly earlier because Councillor Pasternak has a Rosh Hashanah celebration upstairs, I believe. So.
Okay. So the mayor is recommending that we recess at 12:15 today. On favor, carried. Thank you.
In a second.
Sure.
I've been unable to get on. IT is here now to assist. I'd like to make time-specific EX 17.17 update on the St. Lawrence Center for the Arts Redevelopment Project.
Okay, I don't think they can hear you. Can you speak into the mic?
Oh, thank you, Speaker.
Okay.
Time-specific EX 17.17 update on the St. Lawrence Center for the Arts Redevelopment Project, and that I'd like to have that after the members' motions tomorrow afternoon, please.
Thank you. On favor? Carried. Okay, thank you. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper as amended and all items not held, please raise your hands. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk's staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk's staff. Your motion must also clearly state the reason for urgency. Staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and in turn, council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be made very clear. I will advise council after each recess which motions I have agreed on that are urgent that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. We will now go to the mayor's first key item, which is EX 17.5. So on 17.5, which is the Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. So do we have any questions of staff? If you do, Councillor Fletcher?
We're having this issue again like we had last time.
Pardon?
Where I've said, I think we're having this issue again where there's not everybody here, but we don't know who's online. So that, the public doesn't know, I don't know, that's a bit odd. I think we used to have that.
Yeah,
Because they're on YouTube and they see that, but we don't see it. So I've only got 2 devices. I don't know how to set up the YouTube as well. I don't think I should have 3. So I don't know what the issue is. We used to have that on our screens and understand who was here and who was.
Yes.
So I just find that a bit off-putting and troubling. Is there some way to deal with that? I'm asking how we're dealing with that.
Okay, so we'll check with staff on. Because can you actually tell me who's on the screen? Because I don't see anything.
You can't tell either?
No.
Oh, gee. I know you're good.
Okay, so let the staff work on that for a while, Councillor Fletcher, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Well, before we go to the mayor's first key item for questions, it is past 10:30. And Councillor Bravo, you wish to make an introduction on the Davenport Perth Community Neighborhood and Community Health Center. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I want to draw Council's attention to the presence with us today of the Participatory Democracy Group. a committee that I've been meeting with at Davenport Perth Neighborhood Center, and to recognize, please stand up, please, to recognize that there's more than 4 decades here of local community leadership, volunteering, participation, trying to motivate residents to become more active in democracy. And so it's been a real privilege for me to work with all of you and to learn from you. Just want to welcome you, their observing council today. Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. So we'll go to EX 17.5. And Mayor, do you know if your students are in?
The staff has a presentation on this item.
Oh, okay. But do you know if the grade 5 students are here that you're going to introduce? No?
I don't see
Okay,
them
we'll
yet.
wait until they come and then we'll acknowledge the students.
Hasn't arrived yet.
Okay, so I believe that the staff has the presentation on this item, which is EX 17.5.
Good morning, members of council. My name is David Stonehouse, and I am the director of the city's Waterfront Secretariat. Before I begin, I just want to acknowledge that there are staff here from Ports Toronto and from Transport Canada. Thank you to them for coming today. Just by way of preamble, staff felt that it was important to emphasize that this report, this decision is not about closing the Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. This report is about how best to achieve compliance with a new federal aviation safety requirement, runway and safety areas. In a tight time frame, design and construction must be advanced rapidly for Ports Toronto to meet Transport Canada's July 12, 2027 deadline. And longer term, this report and this decision is about the need for a broader discussion about the future of the airport, best achieved through an airport master plan update that would be led by Ports Toronto. In terms of the new regulations, there is a new federal airport safety requirement that must be met at all of Canada's airports for runway and safety areas. The intention of these runway and safety areas is to reduce the severity of damage to an aircraft if it overshoots or overruns a runway. Transport Canada has identified 3 ways that airports can meet runway and safety area requirements. First, to prepare natural compacted open areas at the ends of a runway. Second, to install an engineered material arresting system, also called EMAS, designed to decelerate an aircraft. And third, shorten a runway's declared distance, so to shorten a runway. RISA compliance is the responsibility of airports. However, approvals from others may be required. So how is the City of Toronto involved? The Billy Bishop Airport is governed by a tripartite agreement between Ports Toronto, the City of Toronto, and Transport Canada. The agreement was originally signed in 1983. It serves as both a lease and an operating agreement. And it is important to point out that the airport was operating prior to 1983. It actually has a history that goes back to World War II. Any tripartite agreement changes would require 3 agreement signatories to agree. At Toronto's Island Airport, runway and safety area options would require additional landmass through lakefill, requiring a change to the tripartite agreement and a city council decision. Ports Toronto is conducting an environmental assessment to evaluate 3 options for runway and safety areas implementation that would prepare natural compacted open areas, and you'll hear more about these in a minute. Options which would have shortened the runway's declared distance were not considered viable by Ports Toronto, as they would impact the Q400 aircraft operations. The Q400 planes are the planes that are used now for commercial purposes, flown by Porter, flown by Air Canada. Ports Toronto has also looked at the engineered material arresting system, and this also was not considered viable by Ports Toronto for a number of reasons, including it is a rather new technology to Canada. It hasn't been used in Canada, not considered operational in terms of cold climates, or at least challenging in terms of cold climates, and also a single supplier. So the first option for consideration, option 1, which is a minimum landmass to meet the regulatory requirement. And this has been estimated by Ports Toronto at $61 to $64 million. And I should just do an aside here and to point out that the cost estimates that were shared by Ports Toronto are based on concept design only, so they are Class D cost estimates. They are not including financing costs, Port Toronto project management costs, insurance, and other related costs. And then there's also the issue of escalation that everyone is feeling in the construction world. And so these numbers are bound to go up as they are refined by Ports Toronto through the design process. So this is option 1 that is really the base for the other options. Option 2 is the landmass plus 2 additional taxiways and a relocated navigational aid. So it's the minimum plus a few additional items for operational benefit, and at a cost estimate of approximately $93 to $97 million. Option 3 is the landmass extension, the taxiways, a noise wall, a utility corridor, and airside roads, additional airside roads at either end of the runway, which are beyond the runway, and so easier for crossings. The estimate on option 3 is $169 million to $175 million, again, construction costs only. This is a summary slide which sums up the 3 options. And, you know, in general, what one sees, the volume of lake fill goes up with each option. The width of landmass increases with each option. None of these options have an impact on the marine exclusion zone, so the portions of the lake which are off limits to boats for safety reasons. So none of these options impact the marine exclusion zone. And none of these options extend the actual runway, so the portion, the runway that is used by the Q400 planes and other aircraft. You can see the cost estimates compared, and again, these cost estimates are preliminary and subject to change. We did some public engagement related to this issue. We had a public meeting which was attended by approximately 250 people. And then we posted an online survey, which got about 2,900 responses, just over. And the top considerations in reviewing the runway and area options include impact on environment, health impacts, impact on Hanlon's Point as a safe, culturally significant queer space, waterfront revitalization, safety and regulatory compliance, costs, accessibility of the airport to the users, economic impact of the airport and its operations, and then finally transparency and public engagement and process. And these considerations are summed up in 2 reports which are part of the item on the city clerk's portal. In terms of staff findings, staff recommend Ports Toronto's natural compacted open area option 1 as the most efficient option for compliance. It provides the lowest risk scenario to achieving the mandated federal safety requirements by the July 12th, 2027 federal deadline. It has a considerably lower project cost. It does not require additional council consideration of official plan compliance. And it provides the shortest construction timeline and smallest scope of lake fill. A lease extension is not recommended at this time. Staff are of the view that a lease extension would require a broader public conversation through an airport master plan update. Ports Toronto's environmental assessment is not a regulatory environmental assessment. It is not a requirement of the federal or provincial governments. It is, however, a requirement of the city's official plan. It's part of the policies that relate to lake filling and other topics. Option 1 is incremental to options 2 and 3, meaning that options 2 and 3 can be implemented in future phases. In terms of the broader conversation, separate from the runway and safety issue, many have noted the need for a broader discussion about the airport. And when I say many, I mean the operator, I mean Ports Toronto, the businesses that operate out of the island airport, and then also the community. An airport master plan update can provide a forum to consider the issues holistically. The master plan was last updated by Ports Toronto in 2018. Master plans are typically updated every 10 years. However, Ports Toronto has indicated an interest in updating it at the 5-year mark or after 5 years. And they've talked publicly about that in recent months. An effective framework is required to facilitate a robust public and stakeholder engagement process, and this is about the third recommendation, in order to allow for a thoughtful consideration of the issues involved, many of which are quite technical in nature and require some amount of background study, and to provide transparency and accountability in decision-making. These are the recommendations summarized. The recommendations would authorize staff to execute the tripartite agreement change to provide for RESA option 1, the lake filling and the landmass extension, conditions related to the above, and then finally, staff would participate in discussions with Ports Toronto and Transport Canada on a process to update the 2018 Airport Master Plan in advance of the expiry of the tripartite agreement, and report to the Executive Committee in Q2 of next year with a framework to guide this process, including funding requirements. In terms of next steps, Ports Toronto has noted that City Council decisions that would enable runway and safety areas compliance are needed in late November of 2024, specifically November the 29th, to provide enough time so that construction of the new runway ends can be completed by Transport Canada's July the 12th, 2027 compliance deadline. Ports Toronto will identify its preferred approach to compliance, recognizing City Council's decision, and the City, Ports Toronto, and Transport Canada will finalize and execute an updated tripartite agreement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now go to questions. Councillor. Point of order, Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Stonehouse acknowledged that Ports Toronto is in the room. I would like the opportunity to ask them questions. I understand that I have to suggest a procedure. In order to do that, I think the clerk advised that we have to go into committee of the whole. I don't think that means that we go into closed session, just to committee of the whole. But that would allow members the opportunity to ask that agency questions.
So the question is if, just a sec, Councillor Fletcher, we go in camera, is that what you're recommending?
Nope, we go into committee of the whole. I know it's unusual, but the clerk advised me that we have to do this. And that is because we need to do that in order to ask Ports Toronto questions. Otherwise, I can't.
Okay.
It's my understanding, unless you want to allow it.
Okay, I'll have to clarify that. Councillor Fletcher.
I'd like to clarify that, because I've asked to go into committee of the whole previously and been told we can't, can only be in camera. So this would be a new great thing where we can go in committee of the whole at any time, or we decide to do that. So I'd really like to be careful with this ruling, because although I think that's fine, I can't wait for that.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I believe the procedures bylaw creates an opportunity for council to receive advice from clerks. And on this, by going into the committee of whole, we do more than simply permit somebody else to answer questions. We do things like allow as many rounds of questions as members want. We can alter speaking times. There's a whole series of consequences, and I'd just like to understand what those are.
Okay, so I'm going to rule that out of order because there has to be notice given in advance, and that hasn't been done. Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So my first question is, which level of government is responsible for aviation?
Through the Speaker, the federal government is responsible for aviation.
Who is the regulator?
Through the Speaker, the regulator is Transport Canada, a federal department.
Is Ports Toronto a federal agency?
Through the Speaker, yes, the Ports Toronto is a federal agency.
Why are we recommending the preferred option for a federal agency?
Through the Speaker, the City of Toronto is a signatory to the tripartite agreement, and given that, we have a responsibility to make decisions that are aligned with the city's official plan, and staff are of the view that the city's official plan requires that certain things be undertaken in order to provide for lake filling. And so the advice that we've provided to council through our report is about the tripartite agreement and our role in approving tripartite agreement changes.
So is there any technical reason for objections to options 1, 2, or 3? I didn't read any in the report.
Through the Speaker, in principle, no, although it should be pointed out that some of the aspects of the options 2 and 3, some of the ancillary features would require some further design and analysis through a design process.
So we have no technical objection, but it might be a little more difficult to work through the process to get it done.
Through the speaker, in principle, no.
In principle, sorry?
In principle, we would not have an objection to the components that are included in options 2 and 3.
Okay, so we have no technical reason to object to a sound wall and noise mitigation.
Through the speaker, in principle, no. There are a lot of details to sort through, including, for example, in the sound wall, where, you know, how it would function, how it would operate, and who it would serve.
So, sure, there's some details, but like the principle of mitigating sound is generally a good principle.
Through the speaker, yes, it is.
Do we have any technical objection to breakwaters or additional runway safety improvements at the site?
Through the chair, no, we would not, in principle, subject to design.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Speaker. I also have 2 questions. Who is responsible for the cost of this, regardless of options 1, 2, or 3? Who incurs the cost?
Through the speaker, the cost would be to Ports Toronto, and Ports Toronto has been very transparent about that. The cost would not be on the City of Toronto.
Okay, that's good. And one of the things I've heard for the entire time I've been living in Toronto is the noise of the planes. And so knowing that that's a concern to the people of Toronto, why wasn't the noise mitigation factored in all 3 options?
Through the speaker, I can't speak to that. The options were designed by Ports Toronto and Ports Toronto's technical consultants, and so the noise wall mitigation was included in option 3, but not included in options 1 or 2.
So in your public consultation, you said there's 250 people who attended, and you also had 2,900 people who responded through a survey. Did anyone talk about the noise mitigation? Was that a priority for any one group of people that attended?
Through the speaker, noise is a significant topic vis-a-vis the airport. It has been a significant topic for quite a while now. It featured large in the Porter debate of 2014. There's a subcommittee that deals with sound issues that the airport convenes, and it has work to do in the future. Our view is that the sound issue is a big issue that is best addressed through the airport master planning process, so that the conversation can be about the big picture sound-wise, and so that solutions can be reviewed, or potential solutions can be reviewed with the general public and airport stakeholders.
Again, this is a huge investment and
impact. Do you think that this was a balanced perspective on those who do not want the airport and those who think that the airport is a vital economic tool in our city?
Through the speaker, the report that you're referring to is it reflects the community engagement that was undertaken and what we heard at our public meeting and what we saw through the survey results. And people talked about a range of issues. There were many people who participated who were concerned about the airport. There were people who participated in the process who were supportive of the airport. What we've done is simply record and report what we heard. I think that in terms of balance, the document to source is the staff report, which speaks about the RISA compliance as the critical milestone in terms of the airport continuing to operate.
Well, even on the staff report, the support for the airport is pretty feeble. Now, let's look at the lease extension, and you're asking here not to extend the lease, and you need robust public consultation. Now, I have a list here of dozens of consultations over the airport, its role on the lakefront, its role in Toronto, keep it, close it. At what point do we stop the consultations and get on with it already? I mean, it's been debated for decades, and you're asking for more consultation on something that I would consider to be decided policy.
Through the Speaker, I would draw your attention to recommendation 3, which does recommend additional public and stakeholder engagement. And, staff will take council direction on whether this engagement could happen or should happen. I think it's important to point out that there are many opinions about the airport, and it will take time for staff to hear from all of the parties in providing advice to council on this matter in the future.
Speaker, I'd also like to add that, just to be very clear, this report is about compliance with the safety. And so there isn't a broader analysis of anything to do with the airport outside of safety. That is not an oversight or a position. It's simply that this report is about compliance with RISA. And then we've asked very clearly to provide direction so we can come back with the process to talk about the broader issues around the extension of the airport.
Well, for a report that's based on safety, it certainly has some cryptic words about closing the airport. But that being said, are you aware that there's over 2,000 people that work directly on site at the airport, and there's 4,450 wider jobs connected to it?
So through the Speaker, again, there are lots of people that work at the airport. The airport is functioning, will continue to function. Those that are not in jeopardy. We have to comply with safety. That is the issue that will compel the airport to continue to move forward, not anything else. If safety is not achieved by 2027 and these are not done, there will be ramifications through Transport Canada, very clear in their correspondence.
You're talking as if it's a zero-sum game, as if we couldn't extend the lease unless we address safety. Why couldn't we have addressed safety and extended the lease?
So through the Speaker, that is in the hands of council. You absolutely can. We believe, as has happened in the past with issues at the airport, there are other alternatives to finance this. The extension of the lease for this, as requested by Ports Toronto, is about financing the project. There are other alternatives to that. However, it is in council's hands to extend the lease, but recognize that that enters into renegotiating the terms of the lease for the future of the airport through one particular item, not through the broad set of issues. But so we're clear, that is in the hands of council and could easily be done today.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Burnside, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you. So in 2021, so 3 years ago, it became apparent, decisions were made that some decision would have to be made. Is it normal that it would take the city 3 years to develop that report?
Through the Speaker, we received a first report, a research technical study in April of this year. We provided comments, and then responses were sent back in early summer. And then we also learned a lot at the first public meeting of the environmental assessment process in July of 2024. So really our report is, it follows from the information that we needed to be able to report that was provided to us in this calendar year.
So you felt that the process has moved as quickly as it could? Through the Speaker, wherever she might be.
Well, I mean, I think since, through the Speaker, since we received the information that we requested, the details on the RISA proposals, which came to us again in the RESA technical study in April of this year.
Okay, thank you. In the report, it mentioned about Port Toronto requesting an extension to the agreement. When discussions began in I would presume 2021, early 2022, was that request made? Or can you tell us? I suspect that as a business, they're thinking of amortization of whatever expense they may have to put on through the books. So was that request made to extend the agreement?
Through the chair, yes, the request was made. However, it was only recently confirmed the specific number of years of the request was refined for a 48-year request, so 45 years plus 3 years to allow for any.
Okay, thanks. So the request was made through the speaker at around the time that everything got going?
Through the speaker in very general terms, not in specific terms.
Okay, and would the decision to not engage in that part of to have consultations on that part of the equation, would that have been a staff decision or a city council decision to only go forward with examining the runway options?
So through the speaker, if I understand correctly, it's in the hands of council. The challenge we had is we don't have direction from council on the broader terms of extending the tripartite agreement. So we've asked specifically to bring that back. However, if today other elements that aren't included in our report, council wishes to move on, including the term, and modify that, we would then take that as direction, and as a signatory of the tripartite agreement, you could authorize us to go and execute on that.
Okay, so to confirm, the extension of this agreement is solely in the hands of council and can be part of any motions today.
So through the speaker, no, it could be part of what happens today. You could decide to provide further direction to us. We've provided you what we believe is direction within scope. You could extend that today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Morley, questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I have a couple questions for the Waterfront Secretariat, I believe, and then one for the CFO. I'm also just wanting to start in on one of the major concerns we're hearing from folks on this ongoing discussion is related to access for things like school buses. My understanding is there's currently school buses going across the runway, and I'm curious if anyone could advise whether any of the options before us solve for that ongoing safety concern.
So through the speaker, there are school buses that use the runway from time to time, particularly in the winter months when the harbor freezes up. And option 3 would provide for a road that would be beyond the runways that would allow for a safer and an easier access for school bus vehicles.
That's helpful, thank you. I wanted to dig in a little bit more about what we are hearing from members of the public through the consultations that have been underway about what they want us to consider as part of this work.
So through the speaker, you know, what we heard at our public meeting and what we saw through the survey, and in terms of what's also been added to the council debate in terms of submissions to committee and council, we see a range of issues. We have people that want to close the airport and create a park. We have people that and everything in between. And it's also really, you know, it's been a challenge, quite frankly, to keep people focused on the RESA compliance issue because there's always an interest in speaking to the larger issues, sound and noise, for example, wildlife habitat, for example. There's, you know, a range of issues that people want to talk about when they talk about this airport.
It's very helpful and reflective of my experiences in office, trying to find common ground on very challenging issues. So thank you for that. My last question is for the CFO. I'm wondering if you can tell me about previous projects that were similar in scale and how they were financed and over what period of time. I know there's been ongoing discussions about the various options and the ability to finance. So I was hoping you might be able to shed some light on that.
Through the chair, sorry, Deputy Mayor, can you be specific related to the Island Airport itself or projects in general?
Previous projects similar in scale and how they were financed, I gathered there was previous capital works required to bring the airport up to its current standard. I'm not sure if there's any other city examples, but a capital project of this scope and scale in terms of have we had experience or have you seen similar examples and successful pathways to financing?
Through you, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, I'm not overly familiar with how they may have financed past projects. You generally would look at the ability to finance your capital investments over a set period of time based on your ability to pay.
And what impacts are decisions here today going to have on the potential ability for the airport to finance this project one way or the other?
Through you, Madam Speaker, looking at the option that's in front of us today and the costs associated with that, Ports Toronto would look at the revenues that they would generate or ability to offset those costs over the term set to be able to repay that, depending on the terms that were established.
Very helpful. Thank you very much. That's all, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'll start with our CFO. Would you agree that the remaining lease on an asset generally impacts its ability to access capital and financing?
Through you, Madam Speaker, in any capital investment, you would look at your ability to pay over the time set on the term of the loan.
So if you were looking at a major infrastructure investment, could be in the order of magnitude over $100, $200 million, if you only had 8 years left on the lease, people would look at your ability to pay that back within 8 years. If that was not demonstratable, you might not have access to the financing. That's a hypothetical scenario, but one that people might look at.
Through you, Madam Speaker, in any financing, we would look at two key considerations, would be the life of the asset itself, as well as the ability to repay the financing.
Here's a City of Toronto example. If we had a lease on an office building, as we do, and it was expiring in 2 years, and we wanted to access some capital, tens of millions of dollars to retrofit that, would we have good odds of accessing that capital to do that retrofit on a 2-year lease office building?
Through you, Madam Speaker, in this hypothetical situation, we would look at alternatives in terms of financing. If it was a 2-year term, that we would also be looking at the alternatives available.
Waterfront Secretariat, Mr. Stonehouse, question for you. Ports Toronto has written in on this, and that letter indicated that quite clearly there is a risk to the airport if we do not extend RISA. Your presentation and deck here off the top, first slide said this is not about the future of the airport. But according to that letter submitted by Ports Toronto, without the landmass extension and a term extension of the lease, which they note specifically, the future of Billy Bishop Airport is at risk. That's a quote from the correspondence. Are you aware of this concern from Ports Toronto?
Through the Speaker, yes, we are aware of this concern, and it relates to not the landmass extension issue, but the term of the lease, as per your previous questions to the CFO.
And so the term of the lease, which is a really important piece here because we've not wanted to touch that, but the letter goes on to say, quote, without an extension, securing financing for the RISA project simply cannot happen. So when we talk about the viability to implement the safety measures as required by the federal government, we have correspondence from Ports Toronto that's saying that is just simply not possible to access that capital, to make the safety improvements, to comply with the law. In order to get this done, they're not going to have access to financing and capital absent a lease extension. So how then is this actually not about the future of the airport?
Through the Speaker, I think it's not the only option that would be available for financing.
City Solicitor, would you agree that the federal government has jurisdiction over regulating aeronautics and the Canadian Marine Act?
Yes. Options 2 and 3 would require an official plan amendment. It's not because they're not favored by staff, but because they involve lake fill that is not an essential public work. It's not an essential
No, that was
public
it.
work.
Councillor Bradford, that was your last question. Councillor Mantis, questions?
Echoing on Councillor Bradford's question, if the airport makes a recommendation that we don't allow that to happen by amending the terms and landmass, is that standing in the way of safety and operations?
Through the speaker, there are different ways for the airport to achieve RISA compliance. Some options are less desirable, certainly to Ports Toronto and the airport community, but also to the city. Our focus has been on the RISA option, which has, in staff's view, the best chance at achieving compliance by the deadline set by Transport Canada in 2027.
So has Ports Toronto been directly asking for a process for a long duration of, and can staff outline the chronology of their discussions with Ports Toronto, Transport Canada since December of last year?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. Has Ports Toronto been directly asking for a process for more than a year? Can the staff outline a chronology of their discussions with Ports Toronto and Transport Canada since December of last year?
Through the speaker, yes, we have been discussing RISA compliance for a number of months now. There were conversations last fall. There was an executive steering committee struck earlier this year, but a lot of the discussion depended on the technical analysis that was submitted by Ports Toronto in April of this year, which outlined the RISA options from a technical perspective and outlined a series of questions to consider. We provided comment back. We received information back in return, and then Ports Toronto had its first environmental assessment public meeting in July of 2024.
Okay. Now, through the chair, I know that a lot of my constituents choose to use the airport for lots of different reasons. What I would like to understand more from staff is the medical access side of the airport. At executive committee, Hope Air CEO talked about 3,000 plus trips to Billy Bishop Airport. They and their pilots fly to bring patients from other Ontario communities needing Toronto's world-class medical care. Can staff elaborate on the urgent medevac activities through Orange that take place at the airport?
Through the speaker, I would distinguish between the service provided by Orange, which is about emergency. So if one was in a car accident, one would be transported to a trauma center via an Orange helicopter or a different kind of Orange vehicle. Hope Air, there was a gentleman at committee from Hope Air who delivered a very articulate description of what that organization does, and they transport people from remote communities, from northern communities in particular, to Toronto area hospitals on a non-urgent basis. Okay. For example, if people are needing to access chemotherapy or surgeries or other things that are not available in the north or in other remote communities.
But just to ask the question on that one. By not doing the recommendations, do we impede on the necessary procedures that are needed for people that live in the north?
So through the speaker, Orange uses helicopters principally, and so those are unaffected by the runway and safety areas, those flights. Hope Air involves the use of the Porter flights and the Air Canada flights, the Porter flights in particular. So it would be important for that work to continue, for RISA compliance to be achieved so that the Q400 could continue to operate safely from the airport.
So for these 3,000, through you, Madam Speaker, for these 3,000 plus trips, if we're not able to do them at the airport, then we would need to take them to Pearson.
That was your
That's my
last
question.
question.
That's my last question.
That is correct, and that's why staff are working towards achieving RISA compliance.
Thank you. Councillor Myers? Just one sec. Okay, Councillor Myers, question. There you go.
Thank you, Speaker, and through you. So I had some questions on the financing piece. So I understand the argument that it would be difficult to secure the financing given that the lease only extends for 8 more years. But aren't there other options available for this type of financing, like Canada Infrastructure Bank? Like, I'm looking on their website and I see they finance the Thompson Regional Airport and the Montreal Metropolitan Airport. So aren't there other options than going to traditional financing companies for this type of deal within the time frame?
Through you, Madam Speaker, there are a myriad of options in terms of how you might finance a capital project, be it how you might be able to support it through funds you have on hand or other financing options, as you've noted, potentially through Canada Infrastructure Bank or other government financing that might exist.
Thank you. And is it normal due diligence for the City of Toronto to sign a 40-year lease without some sort of analysis as to the future impacts? Or agree to an extension of a lease for this long a period?
So through the Speaker, I think that's been a bit of the challenge here, is that in one sense it's more than a financing discussion. We completely understand the financing piece, and generally speaking, particularly around airports, you would finance this with an extension and a term that takes into that account. That's how capital investments in a lot of things happen, but certainly in the airports. The challenge with that is, as you point out, it then binds a larger tripartite agreement to a term which we would feel is part of a larger discussion about extending that tripartite agreement. So that's the conundrum that we were in bringing this report forward as well.
Thank you. And just to be clear, so we haven't done any sort of analysis as to what impact a 40-year lease might have on our Transform TO goals or our climate change initiatives, on waterfront redevelopment. We haven't done any sort of analysis like that.
So through the Speaker, I think it would be fair to say that we have, in terms of a extension to the tripartite agreement, we have not entered into that level of due diligence around the tripartite agreement.
And is it the staff's position that that although the preference may be for a different option, option 1 still maintains the airport as viable for the remainder of the lease, which is until 2033?
Through the Speaker, the staff's position is, how do we comply with Transport Canada guidelines? The phased options, the first phase of that option 1, which can be built on in options 2 and 3, that option 1 complies with the requirements of Transport Canada.
And final question, does the staff have any sort of timeline in mind as to when these further options could potentially be explored, which would include some sort of further public engagement, further analysis on how this potentially fits with our other city building initiatives?
So through the Speaker, our recommendation is we get on that right away. We bring you back information very early in the new year. It won't take long to develop the framework, and we believe we can get into this work very quickly and move through it swiftly to look at the full tripartite agreement and understand what the future looks like in this relationship.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I want to pick up on the question of financing. To the Chief Financial Officer, you were asked earlier by my colleague, Councillor Bradford, the importance of the life of the asset in relation to securing financing, but you were a bit cut off on the second dimension, which is ability to repay. And that would, is it accurate that that relates to a business plan operationally to be able to recover through revenue, the investment that's been made in capital?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's absolutely correct. That would be a consideration in the repayment plan.
Okay, and I'm not sure who'd ask this one too, but following up on that, while this was clearly not on the radar, according to all of the documents that indicate the consultation piece, there was no question around the lease extension, and this wasn't sort of flagged during that process. There is now, this has been brought before us in terms of the debate here. Do we know from Ports Toronto what the business plan is at this time? Do we know how it intends to repay the financial investment into the capital pieces that are required here? Because the 40 lease extension, to my mind, also should involve questions about a business plan to operate. Is that available at this time? Does anyone know?
Through the Speaker, we have received general information from Ports Toronto about its approach on business matters. It would use the airport improvement fee, for example, as a revenue towards paying back debt. It's talked about the borrowing that it would do from capital markets and other financial institutions. We have not seen a detailed business plan on this matter.
I ask, if you want to stay on your feet, I ask this question in part because I note in the staff report, it says that the airport, under the current lease, has plenty of capacity to expand the number of flights, but is it accurate that no new airlines have expressed interest up to now in operating additional flights out of the airport?
Through the Speaker, I can't really verify that. Certainly, Porter has operated there for years. Air Canada is operating. The airport was impacted pretty significantly through the COVID pandemic, and in fact, it closed for a time. And flights are back to probably 80% of pre-pandemic levels. So I do believe that Ports Toronto is working with its industry partners, is exploring new ways of attracting additional business. I think that's very much on its mind.
Right, so that it's recovering, but not at the rate that Pearson has recovered. So that my next question has to do with what's been asked already. I just wanted to ask a different dimension. Councillor Myers talked about the unusual situation of being asked to commit to a 40-year lease, but without having done the studies or the looking at other impacts. I would like to know, perhaps, I'm not sure from who would answer that, whether there's been any study of the impact of the planned via rail high-speed connections in the corridor on potential, change of modality, people shifting to train travel, which is, very also convenient, and if it cuts down time, could be a competitor in the corridor proposed.
So through the Speaker, again, I'll reiterate, we have been focused on RISA compliance. So any of those matters, any of those thoughts as it relates to the airport have not been part of our conversations nor part of analysis.
Right, because what's before us is actually just the safety requirements. So the final question is, we've heard from a few people say it's just because staff prefer, staff want. Can you comment on the obligations that you have that direct, in general, staff analysis when they bring stuff before this council? That was your last question? Thank you.
So through the Speaker, our Our goal is to bring you good advice about how we can comply, particularly when we've received information such as the need to address safety concerns. We are a signatory. We're part of a group of people that have agreed to manage the future of the airport well. We take that seriously. The challenge for us is that some elements of this delve into the second part that we want to get into and we want to have. It's not easy. It would be much easier if this conversation was at another time because it would manage itself. Not for a minute are we suggesting that Ports Toronto is not providing good information about their challenges from a financing perspective. They are. The challenge for us is where do we go in terms of what we bring forward to you as our governing body. It is before you. We can allow for an extension as requested and as discussed. That is something that can happen as an extension of our recommendations. We feel there are options that could be explored. However, if Ports Toronto wishes to pursue some of the other options that are in the report, there would be limited ability for other alternatives. The larger the value gets, it really needs to be amortized over a long period of time.
Thank you. Okay, before we go to the next question, I would at this time,
5,000 a year, then the RISA requirements must be complied with.
Given that there's been a very short runway to this big investment, is there any opportunity to request an extension of the deadline to buy us some time to work through a more effective process in negotiating a tripartite?
City manager to answer.
Sure.
So through the speaker, to date, we've not had conversations about alternative pieces. Ports Toronto continues to put forward what their approach would be for the option 3 piece, which is over $200 million, and how they would finance that through an extension.
And what is the time of amortization of option 1? Have any idea of that amount of money? How many years would it take them to amortize those costs?
So through the speaker, it would depend on repayment terms. I would
Being able to secure that financing to do the work.
So option 1, 2, or 3, depending on which option we think they should be doing, is going to make it easier for them to get long-term financing?
The different options, given that each of them come with different costs, would have different financing requirements and term requirements associated with that financing.
Yeah, but I get all that, but why is it relevant to us?
So what would be relevant to us would be the ability to requirements, and considering that against other considerations that may need to be had specific to the existing agreement.
Okay, all right.
Through the speaker, I'll add that, the achievement of RISA compliance, which requires the financing, is the key to the airport continuing to operate.
Yeah, and I understand all that. Yeah. Well, we have 3 options that we're being looked at to consider, but we keep talking about the financing of each one, although the financing isn't relevant to anything that we're doing. We're not loaning the federal government or Ports Toronto money. We're not involved in the financing, so I don't understand why it keeps coming up. So I don't need an answer. It's okay. So my next question, the public consultation process. So I'll use my ward as an example in Eastern Toronto, Southeastern Toronto. So there was an online survey. Ports Toronto did 2 public consultation meetings, and then the only one that the City of Toronto did, and at the tail end of the period, was in downtown Toronto. So I'm trying to understand why we only did 1 meeting at the tail end of the consultation, and so for our care center somehow. I don't understand why we wouldn't have had more consultations across Toronto if this is like a citywide used airport.
So through the speaker, the consultation and engagement that was done by Ports Toronto, that is being done by Ports Toronto, is essential because it is the project proponent. And it, as the project proponent, as the manager of an EA process, it is required to do public engagement. The meeting that we had and the survey that we organized was about providing an outlet, one outlet for public feedback, stakeholder feedback to inform the report that is before you today. In terms of the go forward, the framework report that we'll come back with next year, we'll talk about process, stakeholder and public engagement objectives. Staff would see this as a citywide issue, and we would want to cover more geography than just what was covered this year. Similar to what was done in 2014 or in the lead up to 2014 associated with the Porter proposal.
Thank you.
Longer amortization. If you're talking about a $200 million plus project, there's no pathway that myself or the CFO could see that would fit into a shorter time frame.
Okay, so the taxpayer doesn't touch this. This is all ports and financed through them. So, and again, it's been made clear in the report and also in the presentation, these are concept designs. So I think the likelihood of the 61 million to the $175 million option, that can likely increase by 20, 30, 40%. The cost could be even more when we're ready to put shovel in the ground.
Through the speaker, it's not uncommon for Class D estimates to go up as we get the detailed designs. Not we, but as the proponent, we get the detailed designs.
And thank you. And what is Port's preferred approach at this point? Do we have that clear?
Through the speaker, they've indicated the option 3. The full option 3 was what the request was, and that coincided with the request for the extension term within the tripartite agreement.
And does it make sense? I looked at option 3, and personally, I really like it. There's some great additional amenities, if you want to call it that are necessary, and that I think the public would really embrace. And when you do this kind of a project, and you're in the planning stage, once you're into it, you're best to roll everything out at one time. If we piecemeal it, the cost will continue to escalate over time. Is there no possibility of seriously looking at RISA 3 and also having some wording to the effect that we know this airport and how it serves Torontonians and the GTA, and words to the effect that, yeah, this is the lease will be extended. Of course, the terms and conditions have to be discussed and debated at a different meeting, but we could have wording to the effect that that is something that we would agree to.
So through the speaker, if council wishes to provide additional instruction to staff to negotiate an extension to the lease term, great. That would then not be open for rediscussion as part of a larger set of discussions. That part, it simply says that we need to talk about the tripartite agreement, and so all of those discussions would come back here. And so if the conclusion of those discussions was not to the satisfaction of council, that would lead us to a different discussion. But we would be entering into it to look at how we would modernize and extend the tripartite agreement.
Okay, but my question is, does the current recommendation imply, give the airport comfort, that we will allow them to operate after 2033? Is that in the existing recommendation or not?
Through the speaker, that would be our premise going into those negotiations, yes.
Okay, so in your view, recommendation 3 does imply that we will, assuming we can reach an agreement, allow the airport to operate after 2033?
Through the speaker, correct.
All right. And in your view, have we consulted the public on that question?
Through the speaker, not in the immediate term, no. I think, and I'm careful here because I don't have the full history, but I think over the course of history, those questions have been asked. But we have not asked any of those questions because this has been simply about complying with a safety standard. In the absence of the requirement to comply with this, would this discussion even be happening at this stage? I don't know.
Right. So we haven't consulted the public explicitly on it, and we haven't consulted the public explicitly on what types of aviation we should allow at this location, correct? We haven't discussed whether we should allow billionaire private planes. We haven't discussed the types of choices that could be held. We haven't had that conversation yet.
Through the Speaker, no, we have not.
Right. And in particular, the agreement right now calls for this to be a general aviation airport, just private planes, plus some limited commercial. And we haven't discussed with the public whether we want to have continuing private planes at this airport burning leaded gas, right?
Through the Speaker, no, those would be the kinds of conversations that would happen.
Right. But right now, the private planes at this location are burning leaded fuel, lead being a neurotoxin with lifelong impacts on the health of people exposed to it, right?
Through the Speaker, that is my understanding.
Okay. And lead is an element, it never disappears. It doesn't just damage the people it falls on, it damages people who are exposed to it year after year after year, correct?
Through the Speaker, correct. And one of the real principles that we would enter into this conversation is the environmental concerns, in the broadest sense of the environmental concerns for the airport, for sure.
Right, and that includes the air quality concerns, which have been well documented and can have serious adverse effects on people.
Through the Speaker, correct. This would be a chance to modernize our agreement and really bring it in line with some of the other things that we're trying to accomplish as a city.
Okay. So what would you have to do before you can bring to us an explicit recommendation on whether we should continue to have an airport on these lands?
So through the Speaker, we've recommended a sort of two-phase approach to that. One is to bring you back the framework for the discussion, to talk about the areas that we will be exploring, both to do some technical analysis, as you've suggested in a couple of areas, and then the second piece is the time frame for the discussions with the parties that would be involved in it. So the first piece to come back is the framework for those discussions, and then we would enter into that process and bring back the results.
Mr. Johnson, doesn't that expose the airport, the airlines, the pilots, the residents, everyone who has to make long-term decisions to a prolonged period of uncertainty as to the future of the airport? Is it going to be airport? Is it going to be parks? Is it going to be something else?
So through the Speaker, I think I've answered what the premise entering into it is. So is it a wide open question? It's not a greenfield exercise. We're looking to modernize an agreement. The second piece is this is not something that needs to take years and years to complete. We can get on it and do this work in fairly short order. I do believe, however, though, it does require some analysis. It does require some due diligence. It does require some engagement. And that can't happen in days and weeks. It's going to take some months to make that happen.
Thank you. That's it. That was your last question. Councillor Candeval, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, to pick up on some of the earlier questions about public consultation, through you to staff. To start broadly, does staff view this issue as a citywide issue?
Through the Speaker, yes.
Thank you. My understanding is the notice for public consultation was issued 8 days prior to the meeting. Is that correct?
So through the Speaker, sorry, Councillor, I took your previous question to talk about engagement in the future. David will have to answer the question about the engagement we just went through.
So through the Speaker, yes, the notice was just 8 days. That sounds right. Not ideal. Staff admit that. Not consistent with City of Toronto best practices in terms of stakeholder and community engagement.
And I understand the location of the consultation was a challenge for folks who may not live in the vicinity. Were those challenges? Were staff aware that the location would pose a challenge to the residents from across the city?
Through the speaker, you know, we needed to find a room that was large enough and available, and so that's where we ended up at Exhibition Place. You know, I think in the future, we would want to have meetings in other parts of the city and then also online.
Fair enough. Was there any attempt made by staff to live stream the meeting for folks who would be unavailable or unable to attend in person?
Through the speaker, no. We settled on an in-person meeting only with the survey to.
But to clarify for the public, we do have the technology to live stream a meeting as we do with other public consultations?
That is correct.
Okay. Were there any attempts to coordinate a virtual public consultation in light of the difficulties of live streaming it? Were there attempts to create an online Zoom or WebEx option?
Through the speaker, we did not offer that option.
With many public consultations, and I see this locally with city staff from PFR seeking community feedback on park revitalization, paid ads are placed in social media for surveys. Was the survey conducted by staff? Did staff utilize any paid promotion?
Through the speaker, we did make use of City of Toronto social media, but I do not believe that we placed ads.
Do you think if we're placing paid ads on park feedback, do you think for an issue of significant impact that is truly citywide, would it be fair to say that should also receive paid ad promotion on the survey?
Through the speaker, going forward, and as we talk about the tripartite agreement and moving forward on that, it will be a very robust process. There will be paid ads. There will be locations in parts of the city, different parts of the city. So I think moving forward on the real questions that will be of importance to the City of Toronto, we will be following that practice.
Thank you. And in light of the survey, the 2-question survey, does staff believe that's an exhaustive the 2 questions, exhaustive set of questions to elicit feedback from the body public?
Through the speaker, staff worked on the 2 questions, first of all, to try and get respondents to the survey and public meeting participants to focus on the RISA issue, and then the second question was used as a vehicle for people to provide comment on the broader set of issues that we would want to be part of the more comprehensive conversation about the future of the airport.
Thank you. Lastly, on the water, the second question framed the consultation and the question around the waterfront. Do staff believe this is strictly a waterfront issue?
That was your last question?
Through the speakers, I think staff are of the view that it is at the same time a waterfront issue, a downtown issue, and a citywide issue, and actually a regional issue as well.
Okay, thank you. We're recessed to 2 o'clock. We do have quorum. But before we start, I just want to acknowledge I have a constituent of mine, Sean McConnell, that's here with guests from Ireland, and I want to welcome to the City of Toronto Council. Welcome from Ireland. Thank you. Okay, members, we do have a presentation this afternoon to introduce Toronto's inaugural Youth Poet Laureate, and I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to speak. Mayor Chow.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very excited to introduce Shahada Jack, who has been appointed by City Council as Toronto's first ever Youth Poet Laureate. Yeah. Shahada's appointment marks the culmination of a process that started late last year as the Toronto Youth Cabinet celebrated its 25th anniversary. And to recognize the occasion, members of the Youth Cabinet proposed the creation of a new Youth Poet Laureate who would serve as a literary ambassador for young people across the city. The Youth Cabinet worked with city staff and Toronto's marvelous 7th Poet Laureate, Lily Allen, to define a new poet model in which a talented a young poet would work with other young people to elevate the status of poetry, language, and young writers by inspiring and engaging them to share their stories through written and spoken word. And I want to thank Lily Allen and the Toronto Youth Cabinet under the leadership of Stephen Menzies for championing this important new position. The position was created to honor a young writer or spoken word artist aged 16 to 27 years old who has written on themes relevant to the city. The city received more than 30 applicants from young poets eager to make their mark. And it was not an easy task selecting from such an impressive array of passionate young voices, and I want to thank all who applied and shared their exciting work. In the end, the Poet Laureate and Youth Cabinet members nominated Shahada, a 20-year-old bilingual spoken word artist and activist who used her poetic lens to explore human rights, the Black experience, and the challenges of adolescence. Shahada has performed on more than 100 stages, including at the Toronto International Festival of Authors and Wit Blanche, just last weekend, and she recently released her debut novel, wow, a novel already, and a single. Okay? When she's not busy writing and throwing down rhymes and edutainment or other local poetry slams, Shahada is working on a bachelor's degree in journalism at Toronto Metropolitan University. I also know that her grandfather happens to be here, is the Consul General of St. Kitts and Nevis, and I know you're there. He is. You must be awfully proud of your granddaughter. It is now my pleasure to introduce Toronto's inaugural Youth Poet Laureate, Shahada Jack. Come on and give her a big round of welcome.
Good afternoon. I would like to say thank you to the city and the Toronto Youth Cabinet for this immense and so significant opportunity for our city and the youth that reside in this city. This opportunity is a responsibility that I do not take lightly. It is an opportunity to open doors for so many youth in our city whose voices deserve to be heard and celebrated in the fabric of the work that we do. I figured there is no better way to commemorate today than to share a poem for you all. If you're ready, can I get some snaps? All right. I wrote this poem for our city. A home to the daughters of intersectionality, uprooting the chains of assimilation from their family trees. I wrote this poem for our city. A home to the little Black boys whose DNAs are the manifestations of their ancestors' wildest dreams. I wrote this poem for our city. A home to the little Black girls who are the testimonies of their mothers' legacies. I wrote this poem for our city. A home to forgotten heroes whose names should be written down in our histories, ingrained in our memories, cemented in our streets. Scarborough, Jane and Finch, Regent Park, too many of our communities sharing the same stories. I wrote this poem for our city. A home to too many fathers who have outlived their sons. Too many mothers who have outlived their daughters. I wrote this poem for our city. A home to children named Pain, Joy, Justice, and Resilience, the foundations that fuel our purpose for generations. I wrote this poem for our city. A home to youth who deserve to know that they deserve so much more than to just survive, who deserve to thrive in every opportunity presented to them, who deserve to thrive and rise in every probability despite what the world has forced upon them. I wrote this poem for our city. A home to endless possibilities. The birthplace of diversity where culture illuminates every aspect of our reality. I wrote this poem for our city. A home like no other. The birthplace of revolutionaries who have opened doors for young women like me. I wrote this poem for our city, for my city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, before the recess, I reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. Do we have 18 members? Yes? If we can have everyone take their seats so we know if we have 18 members. Councillor Fletcher, can you please take your seat because we want to introduce your motion. We need 18 members. Do we need the mayor as well? I'm here. Oh, you're there. Okay. All right. Okay, so who's first? Yeah, you're going to, pardon? Councillor Cheng. the screen. You can't see it?
No, I can't see it. Oh, is that on
Okay, there you are.
This is a request for city solicitor to attend a T-Lab, and it's urgent because of the deadlines.
Okay, all in favor? Show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Councillor Morley?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just waiting for the item on the screen. Similarly, looking to request solicitor to attend the T-Lab, and the timing is reason for urgency.
All in favor? Show of hands. And Councillor Morley, you have another one?
Thank you, yes. Additional location on the Queensway. We're looking for representation at T-Lab. Again, due to urgency is due to timing of the appeal.
All in favor? Show of hands. Carried.
Thank you.
Councillor Matlow?
I have a motion 91 to 101 Raglan Avenue. It's a technical amendment to the bylaws 1049, 2022, and 1050 to 2022. The motion is urgent because the applicant is imminently about to execute a Section 37 agreement.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you, Speaker. I have a full amendment from staff about 1117 Danforth, 1125 Danforth, which has to do with limiting distance, et cetera, et cetera. So this is for an affordable housing project. I'd like to place that before council.
Carried. Councillor Morley? Councillor Moyes?
Have a motion? Okay, I do have a motion. It's urgent because it's a time-sensitive matter. Around affordable housing.
All in favor? Carried. That's it. Okay, members, I will now take the release of votes. The clerk will open the speakers list and CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Nobody, right? Later on, okay. All right, so we will now go back to the mayor's first key item, which is EX 17.5. We were going through questions at the time, so the next question would be from Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon. Through you to staff, the airport at the island was opened in 1937. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, yes.
Along with the Malton Airport, same time, same date, 1937?
Approximately, yes.
That was a function by the City Council of the day?
Councillor, I'm not aware of the history, the detailed history around that. I'm sorry.
Oh, I see. I'm surprised, actually. So it was. Council approved the airport. Let me then ask the question about, in the report, it talks about the next step for the RESA. It goes on to say that council's decision-making step of the RESA is largely determined by Ports Toronto, which will complete an EA assessment and identify a preferred option. are we not have council, this report, is it not identifying an option? So how does this reflect with respect to the report in that Ports Toronto would identify the preferred option?
So through the speaker, Ports Toronto will continue its environmental assessment, and the results of that are not yet known. Council, the recommendation before council today is for option 1, which is thought to be by staff a phase towards either option 1 or option 2 or option 3. So depending on the outcome of the environmental assessment process, the planning process by Ports Toronto could go ahead and complete the EA with a preference for either options 2 or 3, but then implement option 1 as a first phase.
Speaker, I think my connection was cut off there for a moment. I didn't hear the answer.
Repeat that answer, please.
Yes, absolutely. So the report that is before Toronto City Council today recommends RESA option 1. So as Ports Toronto moves forward with its environmental assessment process, it has the option, should it select options 2 or 3, to implement option 1
I don't know if you can hear me. For
phase.
some reason, I'm not able to hear Mrs. Stonehouse's answers. So let me ask this question, assuming that you can hear me. There's a requirement that all parties are responsible for making the decision. I wanted to ask then, why is council simply being asked to make this decision? Should all parties not be involved in terms of the final decision, in terms of the options?
So through the speaker, each of the parties will have to, will each have to weigh in on which tripartite agreement changes they are prepared to make. For the City of Toronto, the City Council is the decision maker. For Ports Toronto, it would be Ports Toronto's Board of Directors. And for Transport Canada, it would be the minister.
Okay. May I then, so the agreement is going to be amended, is that correct? In terms of whatever decision is made, while it's not a long term aspect, but it will be amended as it relates to the decision that councils will make today, is that correct?
Recommendation number 1 recommends a very small amendment to the tripartite agreement to allow for the landmass extension.
And so why is the public not being invited to participate in that process, however small it or minor it may be?
Through the chair, we did have our public consultation meeting. The results of that meeting and the survey are before council for today, and this is council's decision to make at this meeting.
Right, but I appreciate that, but Councillor Candeval asked the question about citywide survey. I'm just wondering why we would not have included a much broader area of the city in terms of consultation.
So through the speaker, we were tight on time. The engagement that we did was limited in nature. In future, as we engage on the larger questions associated with the airport, we will be much more comprehensive. We will offer in-person and virtual options, and then we will also, I think, be in different geographies in the city.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. The discussion today involved the words essential public infrastructure. To the Chief Planner, what does essential public infrastructure mean?
Through the Speaker, the term essential public infrastructure, I should say essential public work, is not defined in the official plan. It's been in the official plan for decades. And as we've laid out in the staff report, our opinion is that to interpret the official plan meaningfully in this case, it would mean work that is necessary to ensure that the airport can comply with federal safety regulations and maintain its current operation.
But this isn't spelled out. You've given it an interpretation as staff. And the reason I raise this is because PH 15.1, essential public works is like, it's all over the report, right? The whole report talks about giving exemptions for this in parkland. So why don't we have this more sharply defined? I mean, this is could be a matter of law in courts.
As I said, it's a term that's been in the official plan for decades. It predates the amalgamated city. It was in the former City of Toronto official plan. It was brought into the City of Toronto's official plan in 2003. It's based on past experience where Lakeville was done a bit too gratuitously, I would say, without good due diligence and not judiciously. There's never been a problem, I think, understanding the intent of that point or understanding the need to undertake some judiciousness and due diligence around public works when Lakeville may be required.
So the official plan change effective, do I understand this? It has to do with SASP 194. That's the major one that defines the airport.
That's correct.
The Lakeville is outside of the area of that SASP, is it not?
That's correct. The policy in particular states that, in other parts of the plan states that Lakeville needs to meet certain criteria. And if it doesn't meet those criteria, then an official plan amendment is required. And one of those criteria is that it be for an essential public work.
Okay. And so there are differing opinions out there as to what essential public works is, but you've given us yours.
That's correct.
Okay. City manager, I should ask, does the staff have a position anywhere about the long-term requirement for this airport? Do you have advice? Should we keep it?
So through the speaker, no, the purpose of this report was not to provide that advice.
We have no position as a city?
Well, so through the speaker, the position of the city is we have an agreement in place until 2033. We continue to work in that tripartite arrangement with the partners to maximize the benefit to the City of Toronto of the airport. So we're deeply committed to the airport as it is. If you're talking about the future extension of the tripartite agreement, we haven't stated what we would look to do in terms of that extension.
To 2033. So nobody has a position on it. So why on earth would we expect anybody to lend them 60 to $200 million if no one has any certainty about the future? Not even council.
So, through the speaker, they have to do the work. The safety work has to happen. I think there are ways to do it. I think to say the position is that while there may not be an absolute position on what happens with the tripartite agreement heading beyond 2033, there's been no indication that we won't enter into those conversations with the expectation of modernizing that agreement.
Nor indication that we will. Conversely.
Through the speaker, correct.
There's 3 options presented. So we have this gold star application process where we work with economic proposals that say, hey, come to the city. How can we help you? Was our opening position with the airport and working with them, you've got these ideas, how can we help you make them a dream, a reality, right? You've got ambitious goals for the airport, you've got some safety requirements, you've got some things to do with crossing the runway and, a taxiway, I guess, must contribute to the operations. Why aren't we helping them as our first starting point?
So through the speaker, the reality is we don't have direction in terms of helping means looking at the tripartite agreement. And so we need to do that in concert with this work. But as we've stated, it's not about choosing one or the other. This is a build process. It can be built upon. How do we get to the compliance around safety quickly and within the time frames and within a way that we can do so while we have those larger conversations which go way beyond the proposals that are that are before us today, whether it's option 1, 2, or 3. The discussions on the tripartite agreement moving forward will go beyond those discussions on taxiways and others.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Perks, questions?
Thank you. First to the Waterfront Secretariat staff. Oh, actually, no, to the city solicitor. The Port Authority has volunteered to agree to a federal environmental assessment process?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. That federal environmental assessment process has provisions in it for consulting the public?
Yes.
So it says go out and consult the public, and that's a core part of the process.
And I believe that's underway. That's happened. Yes.
Yeah, but the legislation says do public consultation.
And yes, and they're doing public consultation. They've agreed to do that.
And so, you know, we as a city have a lot of experience with environmental assessments. If the legislation says consult the public, it's not there just to say, you don't tick this box. The purpose of that requirement is to get public advice on how to proceed with the project in a way that protects the environment and all the other goals. Is that correct?
Yes, one would assume that is one of the benefits of going out to the public.
Okay. To the Waterfront Secretariat, you did consult the public as part of this environmental assessment process, and there were a number of different ideas about what should be emphasized in the review. Could you tell me what the top 3 of those were?
So through the chair, certainly the environment, the natural environment, waterfront revitalization, and sorry, just pause for a second. And safety.
Okay. Thank you. So safety, environment, and, oh dear. Waterfront revitalization. Thank you very much. Over to the Chief Financial Officer. Much has been made about this issue of option 1 having the benefit of being something that could be financed without extending the entirety of the 40-year agreement, but rather just the narrow piece around the permission for lake filling. Is that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yeah, there's been discussions around what the financing terms may be across all 3 options.
Okay. And you have stated already that part of the reason we prefer option 1 is that, in your view, option 1 is something that could be financed without extending the 40-year agreement in all aspects, or the agreement for 40 years in all aspects.
Through you, Madam Speaker, in terms of option 1, there may be an opportunity to explore alternatives or ways we could bring forward a financing option that could be satisfied within the term of the agreement or a shorter term than what was requested.
A shorter term. So one of the things that that some advocates have said is to finance something like this in the private market, you would need a very lengthy term. But that's not the only financing option. There are other financing options available.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's correct. And in all likelihood, through a financial institution, you are looking at a longer term. We do know there are other programs that might be available through different orders of government where you may not have the same level of restrictions that would apply through a financial institution.
So some other order of government could come forward with a financing option that allows us to, allows the airport to meet their safety needs, but doesn't require that we extend the tripartite agreement out to 2070 something.
Through you, Madam Speaker, again, it would be subject to the terms, the ability to repay, the risk associated with the agreement itself and extending beyond the agreement, but there may be a path there to be explored.
And that risk piece that may get in the way, that risk grows the more expensive the option is.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I would just ask, I guess, Mr. Stonehouse, do you agree that this is fairly complicated situation that we're in at the moment?
Yes, I would
Yes.
agree that this is a complex issue, although today's issue is less complex than the package that council will eventually need to think about in the future.
Right. And then I heard the city managers give us advice, and I'm basically going to reiterate, your best advice is today, get option 1 on the table and passed because it's guaranteed, it's easier, could be completed on time, etc. Is that your best advice?
Yeah, through the Speaker, we're focused on how do we quickly get to compliance with the safety.
With the requirement, the new requirements from the transportation.
The safety requirements.
The
reset.
safety requirements.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And just about, I think there was a survey. I don't think the survey said, should we close the island airport? That was not a question on the survey, am I correct?
Correct, that was not a question on the survey.
And just there's an issue about should we have a citywide survey, and I've heard the answer. I don't know who can answer this, but would we have a citywide survey on Pearson and making runway changes at Pearson? Is that something that we would do in the future or that would be recommended? Who'd like to answer that without my time going ticking? I'll just leave, yes, go ahead.
Speaker, I don't know that we can answer that question.
Okay,
but
so, yeah, all right, thanks for the honest answer, but I'm just looking at airports and how we go citywide and that something happened because it wasn't citywide. I'm not assuming I'm going to have a survey that people in my ward want to know about extending the runway. They'd want to know about closing it, but extending the runway is kind of a local impact, so I'll just say that. These are new federal requirements for safety compliance. I've got that right, correct? They're new. There's a safety requirement that wasn't there before, and there's a hard stop, June 2027.
That is correct through the Speaker.
So we have June 2027, which I think we'd all agree, even though I'm not great at math, is less than 3 years from now.
Through the Speaker, that is correct.
And I think that's one of the reasons why you're suggesting option 1 can be completed on time. It is less complicated, less work to do. Like the option 3 has 5 times the amount of fill into the lake, which I think, as we know from the Portland's planning and the big work there, that makes it far more complicated.
Through the Speaker, yes, less risk.
Thank you. So this is also about, it's a Transport Canada requirement, but it's about safety. It's not just airport safety, or you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think it's only about airport safety. I believe it's about safety on the central waterfront, because if something happens to a plane, it may hurt somebody in a boat. There's all kinds of things that could happen. Do I have that right?
Through the Speaker, yes, that is correct. I mean, the safety regulation relates mostly to landings and to takeoffs to an extent. But yes, given the proximity of the runway to the water, then there is a broader element of safety. Mind you, there are the marine exclusion zones, which exist and will always exist.
But we have been talking a lot about harbor safety, I'll call it this week, because of the ferries. And Transport Canada also has quite rigorous standards that we must live up to as a city for the standards for ferry safety. And these would be the same rigorous standards that they're now saying for an airport, correct?
Correct, and both for airports and marine uses, they would be informed by international standards.
Yes, thank you. So not picking on anybody, this is just a safety issue. And this is only at a Class D. For design and construction, even if we said, yeah, go do that, nobody could start because it's only a Class D estimate. There's no detailed design of any kind. That still has to happen, correct?
That is correct through the chair. It still has to happen. The goal is for them, their goal is to have a preliminary design by the end of this year and then a detailed design by the end of next year.
So we can approve option 1. The detailed design can get started. It can be completed by the time the safety requirement is, the deadline for the safety requirement in 2027 June. And it also gives us a time to look at all the elements on the waterfront, including how the airport best fits, in a revitalized waterfront? I think that's what people are also asking for. Is that right?
That was your last question.
Through the speaker, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last question is Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. So my first question is for the Chief Planner. Can you please outline the requirement for an official plan amendment for any lake fill works beyond essential infrastructure work and the expected time frame for such a process?
Yeah, certainly, the process would be that Ports Toronto or the proponent would need to submit an application. We would have a meeting before that happened to outline what the requirements would be. The requirements would be focused primarily on addressing issues that we want to be sure the lake fill would not exacerbate. For example, making sure that no new hazards would be created, making sure that there aren't going to be negative impacts on aquatic habitat, making sure that there won't be other negative environmental impacts. Once that submission came in, we would do our best to meet the statutory timeline of a decision within 120 days. That would involve review of those submissions by city staff, possibly asking questions, perhaps asking for revisions to the proposal, depending on what was contained in that information. It's hard for me to say when exactly we would bring forward a decision. It would depend on the quality of the submission and any issues that would be identified through that process. As I said, we would do our best to meet the statutory timeline.
Thank you very much, and thanks for laying that out. That time frame would extend beyond Ports Toronto's stated date of November 30th, 2024, for City Council direction on their desired amendment to the tripartite agreement to meet Transport Canada's July 12th deadline for implementation of the runway and safety area. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's why we feel it represents a process risk to achieving the timeline. That is important in this case.
Okay, thank you very much. My next question is for the Waterfront Secretariat. This is mentioned in the report. Ports Toronto previously undertook another capital project to implement a pedestrian tunnel to the airport. Can you please share with us what the cost of that project was and over what time period it was amortized?
Through the speaker, it was a 20-year concession, so 20 years of debt repayment, and the budget was $82.5 million.
Okay, and can you tell us the years what year those dollars are from?
I believe that the dollars are from about 2015 or so. So it would have been around the time that the tunnel was under construction and completed, which was after the Porter jet proposal, but it's now been in operation for a good number of years.
Okay, and how far along are we in that tunnel project?
I'd have to do the math. I apologize, but approximately halfway through is about 10 years.
Thank you very much. My next question is for the Chief Financial Officer. Given the estimated cost of what has been shared with us, up to $64 million for what is being called RESA Option 1 and the previous Ports Toronto financing of the tunnel project, can you comment on if a similar 20-year period to amortize this project would be reasonable?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so it's likely estimated that through a 20-year, given the public information that's available, given the approaches that were taken on the previous agreement, 20 years likely would be achievable.
Okay. And can you share a little bit more about what some of those considerations would be for us to understand what would kind of land that as a reasonable time frame?
Through you, Madam Speaker, again, looking at the financial information that's available publicly, we would obviously need to work closer with Ports Toronto to understand commitments and obligations. But based on an agreement such as that, you're likely looking at an annual repayment of in around $5 million a year, compared against some of the income that they've generated, compared to some of the actions that may have been taken as part of the tunneling project. It lends itself to there being an option available to be able to meet that requirement over a 20-year period.
And my final question, just to be clear, that period of time, the amortization, that would be when construction begins? That's when the kind of clock starts?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and just the final question,
That
the Waterfront
was your last
Secretariat.
question.
Sorry, construction would begin on this in 2025?
That is correct.
Thank you. Okay, last question, Councillor Perruzza. Just one sec. Okay, there you go.
It's really a courtesy question for some of the other councillors who wanted to ask the question but weren't able to. And the question to you folks is, are you opposed to options 2 or 3?
So through the Speaker, we've been clear, there's nothing technically that we see at this stage wrong with options 2 or 3. It's how we get to compliance. That's the question we've been asking ourselves and why it's before you today.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to speakers. Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you. I have a motion that if I could just ask our staff to put in front of you, that we're adding the words "and subject to recommending 2E to secure requisite financing no later than December 31st, 2045, which is 10 years. After the words landmass extension, so that it reads as following. So the addition is subject to 2E below in amendments to extend the term end date no later than December 31st, 2045. And then the recommendation 2 is basically, let's look at the master plan. Madam Speaker, what is in front of us is not about the future of the island airport, because some folks want the island airport closed, other folks want it to expand dramatically with jets and maybe even more. We don't know. We are not closing the airport. I have no intention of closing the airport, and I've said it quite a few times, very publicly. I'll say it again. What is in front of us is about safety. It's about the runway. For 14 years now, Transport Canada have said that the runway needs a bit of work and that it needs to be made safe. So the airport authority, Billy Bishop Airport said, okay, in that case, we'll have option 1, 2, and 3. What the city staff have done, the expert recommended a runway extension that meets the safety requirement and meets the Transport Canada deadline, because the deadline is upon us quite quickly. Option 1 is the safest and the fastest and the lowest risk option to go. And this safe, low risk, and least controversial plan does not require building the road that the LGBTQ community who frequent Halland's Point is not happy with. And the other two options, option 2 and 3, requires the official plan amendment, which takes more time. And the option 2 and 3 require massive landfilling of Lake Ontario, building of the Sound Wall, a road, another complex construction, and all of this has to start next summer in order for us to meet the deadline. What the motion in front of you does is to say, proceed with option 1, and secondly, you heard different the airport folks said to us that we may have trouble borrowing because we would have trouble financing. We don't know that case because they do have some money. They have about $70 million in their reserve funds. Do they need more money to borrow? That's up to them. And if they do, they are saying to us that, hey, 8 years is too short because 8 years our lease is up. This motion basically gives the power to the staff to say, if they need more time for the lease, extend the lease. It doesn't have to be 8 years, it could be 10 years. If they need 12 years in order to get the financing, let them do it. We will support it. It gives the power to our staff to work with them to make sure they have financing in place to do option 1. So we're meeting the requirement of the airport folks. Now, I heard that there's another argument that we shouldn't take a position in the preferred option, and I fundamentally disagree. If a developer come and say, I want to build something on your land, or well, tripartite agreement, part of it is our land, do we say build as high as you want or as low as you want? It's all up to you. We can't do that. We need to say that we believe in option 1 or 2, that it should be this high or that high, whatever. Our planners is going to comment. So our staff is comment to say, hey, if you want to build, option 1 in our mind is what we believe you should do. That is, I think that is our responsibility to make put our position forward. Now, you also heard master plan. We need to decide the future of the airport. Right, I totally agree. Let us proceed working with our staff, working with the Port Authority and the Island Airport to renew their master plan, because it's supposed to be renewed every 5 years. The last time it's been discussed is 2018. It's time to proceed with the master plan. Great, do that, but it takes a bit of time, and we'll ask the staff to proceed to work with the airport folks to come up with a new master plan. We will proceed with that, and now we don't have a worried about deadlines and that, you know, there wouldn't be enough long, like, you know, 8 years is too short, that we won't be able, they wouldn't be able to get the financing, etc. There wouldn't be enough time for master plan. No, let us give them the opportunity to have a good master plan. Now, coming up with a new master plan requires conversation with the entire waterfront secretariat, because there's a lot of business there, there's a lot of local residents. In fact, there's going to be another 100,000 residents in the area because of Ridley Island and East Harbor. So what is the best balance? I don't know. We don't know. For us to make a decision today to say, well, let's extend it for 40 years, it's really corrupting the process, because that is a longer conversation as to what should be the master plan of the future airport. So we'll do that piece and do it properly. So I believe this amendments to what came up from the executive committee should meet with the requirement of what the airport and Port Authority needs, the Toronto Ports needs.
Thank you. We do have questions for you. Councillor Burnside, questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm just trying to understand, are you in favor of looking into extending the tripartite agreement in terms of having those discussions and whatnot?
I am in favor of two things. Allowing, because we need to amend the tripartite agreement because they're doing a bit of landfill, even in option 1. So we need to amend the tripartite agreement anyway. Number 1. Number 2, if your question is, what about the deadline of 18, sorry.
No, sorry, it wasn't
years.
my question. My question was, are you in favor of entering into discussions and negotiations and consultations to extend the tripartite agreement? That was my question.
For what purpose?
For whatever purpose, that's part of the consultation.
well,
Continue-
no,
okay,
no,
sure.
no,
To continue the operation of the airport
Yes.
past the next, whatever, 8 years.
Number one, the airport will continue to operate. I have no problem with this, to have that continue. Number two, if the, because of the runway extent, option one, it requires landfill. So tripartite agreement needs to be amended anyway. Number three, if they need a longer term lease, not up for 8 years, it might be because they need 10 years or 20 years. Sorry?
I understand.
Okay. If they need longer time, do you want to rephrase the question? No, okay. If they need longer time to get the financing, we are giving the staff the power to give them a longer lease in order to make sure that they have the financing to construct this option.
Okay, respectfully, that wasn't my question, but okay.
What is the question?
Well, I've tried twice and I've already lost 2 minutes. So respectfully, I'm going to move on to other questions, which is, I believe,
Your question is about the tripartite agreement, no?
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
I just answered it.
Not really, but that's fine. So do you have any concerns with option number 2 over option number 1, or even option number 3?
Now, one thing that I've learned as being elected for a large number of years is that I always take staff recommendation very seriously because they've done a whole lot of work and they have consulted with a whole lot of people. I also respect my local councillor. In this case is Deputy Mayor Osman Malik, and she has taken a lot of time to do the consultation, to work with the staff, work with the ports, Toronto ports. I respect that process. So if the recommendation is option 1, there's no reason for me to contradict the local councillors and contradict the city staff.
Well, respectfully, I would say that this is more than the local council. This is about the vibrancy of the city and our economy. But
we're not closing the airport. How is it hurting the vibrancy?
Irrespective of that, my question was, would you have any concerns with option number 2 or option number 3, notwithstanding local councillor concerns? Yes or no?
Well, I did say in my speech that option 3, for example, require massive landfilling of Lake Ontario. It required to build a road and other complex construction, okay? And it also require a change of the official plan. It requires an amendment of the official plan. You and I know, you've been councillor for quite a large number of years. You and I know the official plan amendment takes time. And we do not have time. The construction needs to start probably in the summer of next year. The official plan amendment takes time, and that is why the City of Toronto said, your staff said, that in order to meet the deadline that is being put together of Transport Canada.
I have one final question.
Transport Canada said it needs to be built by 27.
Okay, Councillor, last question. Yeah. Last question.
I'm getting slow walked here, but in my opinion. But let me ask you this last question. Are you aware that the airport folks, whoever's building these runways, could do option number 1 to start to be compliant, but then move on to number 2 and number 3 if they had the permission, so that they could get it done within the Transport Canada deadlines, but continue after that and do option number 2 and 3?
Thank you for sharing that information.
Councillor Sachs, questions?
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I want to would you accept as a friendly amendment directing staff to go away and negotiate but come back to council before extending the term?
No, because I trust our staff that they would do the negotiation. I don't think we need to spend more time at council. This item has been debated fairly extensively at council. Lots of people have asked the questions. I think if it is specifically for the building of option one, I trust our staff will make the right kind of negotiation.
Right. Madam Mayor, you're aware that the city's ability to consent or not to consent to extending the term is our major leverage for getting changes to the airport operation. If we want, for example, to reduce its environmental impact, otherwise improve how life works on the waterfront. If we give that up in advance without getting anything for it, we don't have any leverage left to get the other changes we want. So why wouldn't we use the leverage we have to get improvements, whether or not we're going to have a continuing airport here? There are improvements we need. Why give up our leverage in advance?
Oh, hey, if there are improvements that can come out of the discussion of master plan, we would welcome it.
Right, but if once we have given up our ability to refuse an extension of the term, how are we going to get the improvements that you and I have discussed that many people in the public are asking for? If we just roll over and say, sure, go ahead, they don't need us anymore.
Oh, no, I'm not agreeing that we should extend the tripartite agreement for that purpose. Absolutely not.
But once it's extended, it's extended. So what is our leverage? What is our leverage to get environmental improvements at the airport if you've already allowed staff to extend the lease?
But the lease extension is only allowed for them to borrow the funds. But it has nothing to do with the environmental improvement that they need to do.
Right, but if we allow them to, if you require staff to come back here with their recommendation, and in the meantime, instruct them to negotiate for the changes that we know we need, then we preserve our leverage and we get a better improvement. Otherwise, we just give away we give away the cupboard, and then we're back to saying, please, sir, as the city has done for the last 40 years, without any leverage. And it didn't work.
True. Let me check with the staff to see whether they would come back and how long it would take. What I try to avoid is to have yet another big debate here regarding how long it should be, and then re-debate whether it's option 1, 2, or 3, et cetera, which we don't need. So let me double check with the staff and see what kind of support they need.
And in the meantime, we could actually consult the public on this critical question.
We should always consult with the public, and what I'm very pleased is that the large number of people that came to the meeting, that was a very successful consultation, both online and in person. And I do hope that, and I'm sure you have, Councillor Sachs, that other members of council take a read of what the public said, because there was like 200 or 300 people that have very, very thoughtful opinions on this airport.
Thank you. Oh, somebody took their name off? Councillor Crisanti, questions?
Thank you, Speaker and Mayor. Thank you so much for this amendment. Just a question I have. So this is saying to extend the end term date to the date necessary to secure requisite financing. So this question pops to mind. It's a substantial amount of money. We saw in the report that the estimate is in the $65 million range, which could balloon to considerably more than that. So, and then the requirement for the term, I'm just concerned that this actually would meet the requirement of the term. Did you have any discussions as to, because this is 20 years essentially, and that's it. If the financial institutions or whomever they're getting their financing from determines that, no, we need 25 years, we need 30 years, what flexibility do we have, Mayor, to make sure, because this is critical, of course, for the RISA requirements, and it's critical to ensure they get the financing. What can we do to accommodate that part if necessary?
That's an excellent question, Councillor. My understanding is when the airport decided to build a tunnel, which costs a lot more than this runway extension, the borrowing, at the time it was a 20-year or 18, 20 years around then. So that is a much bigger financial investment than what this is. And they also, right now in their reserve funds, has something like 75 million in their reserve funds already. So they may not need to borrow the entire 60 or 70 million.
Yeah, so, no, and I'm
Which
aware,
is much cheaper than
Yeah.
what it cost them in building that very excellent tunnel that they have.
Yeah, no, it's a great tunnel, and I know they did that in 20 years, but that's then. Things could be a little different today. So did you get any assurances that this 20 years could work again in this moment compared to when they did it for the tunnel?
I believe that this amount of time is more than enough. And I'll leave it for the city staff to come up with some kind of, maybe, you know, because I say it's up to, so they would work with the port, the airport to determine how long they need the lease for in order to get the financing.
Okay, just one last comment or question maybe on the reserve funds. We know how critical reserve funds are, Mayor. We have reserve funds as well. And we also have the policy or the approach that we don't want to touch our reserve funds for anything other than what they're meant to be touched for. They've got reserve funds for likely the same purpose. So it could be that they can't really access their reserve funds in the way you just alluded to them being able to access. Did you get some understanding that they do have flexibility and could use some of those funds? Or do we know that definitively at this point?
The airport has known for 14 years that they need to fix the runway. So a well-run airport, as that is, would put aside money. If you know your house the roof require fixing that you may not have immediately, because fixing roof is costs a bit. I just fixed my second floor roof because it was leaking. Yeah. It costs a bit of money. Yep, and you put aside money first, you know, for until you have it almost enough. And you may have to go to a bank and borrow some, but you would, if you're fiscally responsible, put aside some money first, and then maybe you have to borrow. It'd be nicer if you don't have to in order to do the fixing. So they've known for 14 years that they need to fix this runway. So I do hope they use some of the funds they put aside for this runway.
Okay, so this is beyond state of good repair. You know, so this is.
No, this is state of good repair because they know they need to fix the runway.
It's a safety requirement.
It is. It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you, Speaker. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker, to the Mayor. You know, we've had a lot of detailed discussion today, but Mayor, I want to know, what's your long-term view of this airport? And I don't mean for 20 years in your motion, but how do you see, you know, a society's grandchildren using this? Do you see a future in it? And the reason I ask this is because so many people are watching this debate and thinking about, should I invest in Toronto? Well, you know, what's that council up to? Are they skitterish about this? Or do you, as the head of council, have this strong view that this place needs to continue to survive?
Well, the airport is serving a function right now.
Yes.
Okay? And good. I support that. It's there. It employs people. You don't have to travel, if you live downtown, for example, you don't have to travel all the way to Pearson for short flights. Let's say if you're flying to Ottawa or Montreal, for example. But as to, should it have more flights? Should it have jets? I don't know that answer. The waterfront is developing quite rapidly. As you can tell, we have more people moving in. There's businesses, there's entertainment. Ontario Place is getting, some kind of a spa and et cetera, et cetera. You're seeing more and more development in the waterfront, including massive number of housing being built at Quayside, at the islands, over at East Harbour. So you're looking at balancing housing, businesses, entertainment, the film industry, etc. And the airport is one component of it. So what is the right balance so that the waterfront is as incredibly successful as it is now? I don't know the answer, which is why we need to take a bit of time, take a bit of care to look at all of those elements to say what is the perfect balance. How many flights? What kind of flights? Where are the flights going to? I'm not an expert, but I believe that kind of conversation needs to take place, and it needs to be done in a way that is thoughtful, deliberate, with good expert guiding us.
Are some flights in the cards or no flights? Because
I've already said that the airport should be where it is. What did you hear?
Okay, so I heard some pessimistic things, right, about balance, which kind of strikes me as taking away from the airport to give to others, but okay.
I didn't say that, Councillor.
Okay, so the answer is yes then. You see some flights in the future. So why wouldn't we do everything we can right now to help this airport? And I mentioned it before, we have this gold star application process where we have companies that want to locate to Toronto and we roll out the red carpet. How can we help you is the first thing we say. How can we get through, the gauntlet of approvals and things that you need to do? Why wouldn't we turn to the airport and say, we love all your options. Sure, you got to start with number one, but we're here as a city to help you facilitate being better. And my understanding, and unless you tell me there's a problem with these options, is they do good things.
But Councillor Holiday, can you say right now how many more flights they should have?
It says none. It says there's no changes to the flights.
Yes, however, once you invest in a whole lot of money, if you take option 3, which is 180 million, is 3 times more than option 1, then you need to have a business plan to say, in order to recoup 180 million, we need to have this kind of income.
So we're prejudicing their business plan by squeezing the options down?
I don't know.
We must be, you just told me.
However, what we are asking them to do right now, what is in front of us, is safety. It's not about the future of the airport. The airport, because I know some people want to go there. Sure. The item in front of us is about the safety of the airport, and there's a deadline, and the next step, once you meet this deadline, the next step is the question of the future of the airport in terms of number of flights that it should come in, should it have jets, and etc. I don't know the answer of it. I don't think you do either. I don't think members of council here has a vision of what that airport should be in terms of how much it should grow. That is not what is in front of us.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mantis, questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, Madam Mayor, you said earlier that option 1 is the safest option. Are school buses still going to be continuing to drive on the runway in option 1?
I don't know that because I'm not city staff. I'm not the expert, which is why I'm not the one that picked which option it should be.
So have we asked city staff if they're still going to be continuing to run on the, drive on the runway?
The school bus have been taking kids to the school for many years, and no one have raised any concerns, safety concerns.
Could we, Madam Chair?
At least Transport Canada have not raised any concern.
Can the staff answer the question? Since we have them here? They're not allowed right now. Okay. So the second question that I have relating to the first question, we heard earlier that safety in the waterway regarding planes crashing. I would like to ask, what is the probability of an accident actually happening on the tarmac and not in the water?
I am not sure
So how is it safest
whether
option?
it should be, well, I don't know how, I'm not a flight expert. I'm not an engineer. I'm not the one that said that it's Transport Canada that said that the runways needs to be fixed. They've said it for many years. Don't ask me as to why Transport Canada said that it needs to be fixed. And their mandate is very clear that the runway as it is now is not safe.
Okay.
And that's why it needs to be fixed. And the deadline they've imposed is 2027. And it takes about 1.5 years or 2 years to do the landfill and do the extension of the runway. And in order for that to happen, this decision needs to be made now. And the decision as to how they proceed needs to be in front of council now. That's why we shouldn't wait till next year. We need to give some definitive answer to the Billy Bishop Airport, and so that they could proceed.
So hearing the
But
comments...
it's not my deadline,
Okay.
it's not my call whether it's safe or not.
So hearing the comments of staff and the comments of our fellow councillors, if we took option 3, let's say, where we're building an external road, so children don't have to go through a tarmac, we have a noise wall which helps with mitigation of the noise. Wouldn't that be the safer option? And it
Well-
could be phased in 3 phases?
Well, you know, it's interesting, Councillor. If you ask the local councillor, Osman Malik, that was at the public hearing,
Okay.
and where the place was packed, it's interesting. The parents that have their kids going to the waterfront school did not ask for a new road to be built. The residents in the area did not say they need a sound wall. They said that they want to see option 1. None of them, I did not hear any residents pushing for an expanded option 3, because by and large, some say they should close the airport. Others said if you have to do something, do the small minimal option 1. I read the report. That's what the local residents have been saying, and I'm sure some of them have kids going to the school. If it is not safe, I would imagine the parents would be the first one to say, oh my God, this is not safe, and therefore, please build the road. That's not what they said during the entire, they had the benefit of the same presentation that was given to us, where all the 3 options were laid out in front of them. They were given the opportunity to answer as to which one they picked, and they were very clear.
So if the residents had the local residents had the benefit, but the city as a whole didn't have that benefit, wouldn't it also be
Benefit of what?
of expressing their views?
Right.
Then wouldn't it be more, could we then consider of having a poll conducted citywide?
Well, a poll could be conducted citywide when we are discussing the entire future of the airport, if you choose that, but that's not what is in front of us. We're not talking about the future of the entire airport. We're only talking about the runway.
Safety and the runway.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
I totally agree, because I understand that if you want to look at whether there should be a lot more flights and more, and maybe even jets, all of that, yes, that may impact on the entire city. Of course, there will be more extensive consultation. I totally agree with you, but that's not what's in front of us. I know. That is why that we need more time for that conversation to take place. We need more people to be involved in that conversation, right? So that maybe some of your residents would be interested in commenting, and they should be consulted, because it does impact on the city if we end up flying jets. Sorry.
Thank you.
It's a good question.
Okay. Councillor Bradford, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and thanks, Madam Mayor, for the motion. Let's start with an easy one.
The motion?
In 2006, when you were an MP, you introduced petitions on 3 separate occasions that, quote, call upon the Government of Canada to abolish Toronto Ports Authority, close the island airport, and return the waterfront to the people of Toronto. So the question is, did you agree with those positions then, and do you agree with them now?
Councillor Bradford, I was a local member of Parliament. I'm the mayor of the city of Toronto right now.
So did you agree with those positions then, and do you agree with them now?
I was a member of Parliament representing the downtown area, and I've represented that area. My position at that time was very clear, and majority of the local residents have been saying that that is, and I reflected their opinion during the time when I was a local councillor and member of Parliament. I now is the mayor of Toronto.
I know that. I'm just wondering.
I'm asking you a question.
It's just a simple question. In 2006, that was your position. Call upon the government of Canada, abolish Toronto Ports Authority, close the island airport, and return the waterfront to the people of Toronto. I think what I'm ascertaining is that was your position.
That was my position, yes, of course.
Where are you at today?
I already said it many
Just say it
times.
right now.
I will say it another time, as I've answered Councillor Holiday and Councillor Burnside's question. I support the island airport, and I'm not closing it down. I've said it on air. I've said it in front of media. I've said it in front of council. I said it in front of the executive committee.
Councillor, please allow the mayor to respond.
Yeah,
I'm done.
You got to help me move through this. I know you want to run the clock, but I got some good questions for you.
I'm trying to answer your question.
So let me ask you this. You say you support it now. Is it really supporting the island airport if you're putting them in a box that effectively makes their long-term operations not viable? Can you say honestly to the people of Toronto that you support the airport if you're handcuffing them into a position where their operations are not viable, as they've detailed in correspondence in front of this council meeting right now? Is that really a fair position for you to take?
Councillor Bradford, are we talking about the long-term viability of the airport in front of us? Or are we talking about the safety of the airport runway?
So let me remind everyone, I'm asking the questions, but it's a good distinction. And it's one that you've been trying to make publicly to everybody and spin, but it's actually not true. It is in fact the same question, because the RISA requires changes in terms of the lease and the tripartite agreement to be able to finance and move forward with the RISA. So my question is, do you support the long-term operations and updating the tripartite agreement? Because your motion here has a poison pill in that says within the existing tripartite agreement.
That's right.
Right. So let me ask you, how familiar are you with the tripartite agreement?
Very familiar.
Are you? Okay. So are you aware then that the tripartite agreement and Billy Bishop's master plan are 2 totally different things?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Can you clarify, because it looks like your motion wants to remove the process to update the tripartite agreement and keep it within the existing tripartite agreement. Was that a mistake in the language, or is that your intention?
No, the tripartite agreement is not in front of City Council. Let me repeat. Well, let me answer your question. What is in front of City Council is the deadline of Transport Canada saying this runway is too short, okay? It is not, what is not in front of City Council, even though I know some people want to make it that, What is not in front of City Council is the long-term operation of the airport. I don't know what is the length, how many flights it should be.
I'm not asking you that question.
But
the
you
original
are. You're
motion
asking
was
about
to
the long-term
renegotiate.
plan.
Allow me to ask some questions,
Councillor
Madam Speaker.
Bradford, please.
Please
allow
allow
the
me.
mayor to respond.
Please allow me to
You're
ask some
asking-
questions.
You're asking about your long-term
She's run the
plan.
clock on everyone today.
Councillor
It's not
Bradford,
helpful for us to have
Councillor
it,
Bradford,
have a
you're being
discourse.
rude now. Let the mayor respond.
How is this rude?
You asked me that, what is the long-term plan of the island airport? I don't know. And this is, the long-term plan of the island airport is not in front of us. That is why the city staff recommended that they would have participate in the
Mayor Chow.
master plan.
Yeah, Mayor Chow, Councillor Bradford has time for one more question, and let's keep the answer short. Okay, Councillor Bradford.
To you, Madam Mayor. The original motion that was in front of us here today was to renegotiate the tripartite in 2025. Your motion that you just put in front of council deletes that. Are you aware that the tripartite agreement specifies the type of aircraft that are allowed to be used at the airport, and that the main commercial aircraft flown from the airport, the Dash 8 Q400, is literally no longer in production? And so if we cannot renegotiate the tripartite, you are effectively putting a nail in the coffin of the future operations of this airport. Will you be honest with folks in Toronto about that?
No.
Councillor, please.
Let me answer the questions two ways. Number one, their master plan needs to be updated. It will get updated, okay? Number two, the conversation that we have is about how long the lease would be in order for them to get the financing they need. We have now say, go ahead and negotiate. If you need extra years, go ahead. As to then the third part is, what is the long-term plan of the airport? Do that conversation, but you don't do it now. You proceed to do it in the future. No one is preventing the staff in participating in that conversation. We need to participate in the conversation, which is why it said that there is a master plan conversation moving forward. But the deadline is no longer hanging over the head if the lease is extended.
Calvi, question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just one sec. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Mayor, I asked questions earlier of city staff about technical objections. I see that you have before us an attempt to lock us into option one. Do you have a technical objection to more safety improvements that go beyond option one, that would make it safer for vehicles crossing the runway, would no longer have to cross the runway and go around, so there's additional runway safety features with options 2 or 3. Do you have any technical objection to those?
I take my direction based on the expertise of the city staff.
Do you have any technical objection to
I'm not
putting
an
in a
engineer.
sound barrier or putting in water breakers, more breakage to make things safer?
As I said, the city staff, working with the local councillors and all the folks that are in the area, came up with the recommendation of option 1. I am following the city staff lead to say that is the best option in front of us, which is why the city, what council needs to do right now is to confirm that option. That option 1 is our preferred option.
Fine. Well, I mean, city staff have brought forward an option, but they were clear that that wasn't on a technical basis. So how would you define best option?
Well, as the city staff have defined it, they're saying it's low risk, low cost, fastest and safest way to proceed.
But safe is not in terms of safest in terms of sound mitigation, sound barriers, or runway improvements that ensure vehicles don't cross the runway.
That is, I read from the folks that have responded, there are 200 or 300 of them that attended the meeting, and that seems to be the consensus. The local councillor have also supported option 1, and that is the best solution that is in front of us. That is why the staff, city staff, give you the recommendation. You can choose to ignore staff recommendation. I rather support their recommendation and say that it is option 1. You know, when a developer comes in and say that we need, in order to be viable, to build 40-story, and it's not viable if we build 30-story, if our city staff recommend 30-story, I would say that we should make a decision to say they should be 30-story. Of course, they can do 40-story. It would be better for them to get 40 stories. Of course, it's a choice in front of us. The Billy Bishop Airport said that they prefer option 3 because it has everything else on it. Fine. But our staff said that, you know, under these circumstances, with this deadline, we recommend option 1.
Do you agree, though, that the environmental assessment is still pending? I mean, you just said Billy Bishop says 3, but I'm not sure they're saying that. The environmental assessment is still ongoing, which will identify the preferred alternative. So by doubling down on option 1, you're saying that we know better than a pending environmental assessment and the regulatory body.
You know what I do know, Councillor? I do know that the airport operators have known for quite a large number of years that they need to fix the runway. Is it the City of Toronto's fault that the environmental assessment is not done yet? Is it our fault that the environmental assessment did not get started until, you know, not that long ago? We are put into a situation where asked to rush a decision. That is not the City of Toronto's fault. They do, well, because Transport Canada have said, and everyone knew, that this runway is not adequate.
Okay.
So
you feel we've been a good actor participating in these conversations from the start?
Could they have done the environmental assessment earlier so they could have everything in front of City Council? Absolutely. As to why they didn't do that, I can't answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. The motion deletes recommendation 1 and instead recommends that we adopt the runway and safety option that is described in the environmental assessment. There you go. Sorry, it's on the screen now. That is identified through Ports Toronto Environmental Assessment and subject to federal government supporting an amendment to the tripartite agreement for the required landmass expansion. Billy Bishop Airport is really important. It is important to Toronto residents. It is important to the province. It is important to people that come to our city on Hope Air for healthcare. It is important to people that are in an emergency brought to our city by Orange. We can talk about the economic development that it brings. We can talk about the jobs. We can talk about many, many aspects that benefit residents. But we know that we are making big investments in Billy Bishop Airport right now. The federal government is putting in pre-clearance for U.S. travel. We're grateful for that because that will bring people to our city for FIFA, to visit us. We know that we want people to come to our city. We are a world-class city. And there's a lot of talk about the future of the airport, but you know what? You know who else has an airport? Mississauga has an airport, and you know what their airport does? It takes care of all of us in Toronto too. So I think that we have to all be respectful that all of us are doing our part. Toronto does their part by having Billy Bishop Airport, and I think we need to continue to show that we accept that responsibility very seriously for what it does for everybody. And I think we also have to thank our partners in Mississauga that take care of us as well. So we all work together. It is very unusual to recommend an option while an assessment is underway. Very unusual.
Councillor McKelvey, do you have a second motion?
Oh, I do have a second motion, thank you. So the second motion asks for the report to come back under framework to come back in Q1 so that if there are additional things identified through the identification of the environmental assessment, we can look at it then too. You know, staff were clear there were no technical objections to option 2 and option 3. There is no objection to a sound wall and noise mitigation. There is no objection to additional breakwaters. There is no objection to additional runway safety measures. We should see the preferred option, and we should have a conversation with our federal partners. That's how you work in partnership. You work together. We would not like if somebody came in and told our Toronto agencies what to do or how to do their job. Mississauga and the Pearson Airport would not like it if we went in and we told Mississauga and the Pearson Airport how to do their job. So I think it's important that we stay in our lane. We comment on the technical feasibility. We object where there are technical objections, and in this case, we haven't identified any. There's a lot of talk about costs. But let's be clear, they're not our costs. They're our cost of Ports Toronto. This is not our taxpayer money that is going into this. So it's very strange for us to be focusing so much on the cost of another agency. Again, how would we feel if people were doing that to us here in the City of Toronto? And the EA will cover finances. That is a consideration, the cost of the project, and that would be taken into account as they recommend the best option. And I think we need to keep our options open for the best option because we are the best city in the world, and why should we settle for anything less? So I am hopeful that you will support my motion that leaves the door open for option 1, option 2, or option 3, that leaves the door open for continued conversations with Ports Toronto and the federal government about what the best option is and the best way forward, because we are just one signatory in the tripartite agreement. It is a tripartite agreement. We have to show we can play well in the sandbox together, that we are here in partnership, we are open to conversation. So I'm very hopeful that you will support my motion that is before you today.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti has a question for you. Councillor Crisanti, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I won't even take that. So, Councillor, so you're suggesting that they negotiate an amendment to the agreement, to the tripartite agreement, to accommodate whichever option they choose best for the future of the airport. As you very clearly stated, they're paying for it, absolutely. So that makes a lot of sense. I'm just trying to identify, and if I missed it, I'm sorry, is there a timeline in terms of having this negotiation take place? Or can we put a timeline, because you don't know how long it's going to take to
Well, the
negotiate
timelines are dictated by completing the environmental assessment, identification of the preferred alternative, and the support and sign-on of the federal government. So it is clear in my amendment.
Or your second motion.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, it's clear that we're subject to the federal government supporting an amendment to the tripartite agreement. So really, this puts this in their hands to say, we're ready to go with the preferred alternative, with the timelines needed to pay for that, and then we can proceed with the negotiation of the amendment.
So this essentially puts it in their hands where it rightfully should be.
I agree, I feel so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng, questions? 3 minutes.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify, how do you see your motion working with the mayor's proposed extension of the tripartite? Do you see it working together, that this extension and giving them time to land where they think is best based on environmental assessment?
No, because my motion deletes recommendation 1, so it is replacing recommendation 1 with this new recommendation that leaves the door open for the preferred alternative identified through a rigorous EA process and supported by the federal government.
And does it have any impact on the tripartite, the time of it? Because currently it would expire, I think, in 2033.
So this is intentionally vague because it does say to negotiate an amendment. So that is what components need to be amended in order for the preferred alternative to be identified. So that could involve, should it be needed, an extension to term, but I think we need to find out the selected alternative, the required financing that happens around that, and then have a conversation. This is giving authority to have that conversation.
And as you understand it, what is the difference now between the original motion and your motion in terms of urgency? So the original motion seems to lend to there's this urgent thing, we have to have clarity, and the clarity has to happen now. And your motion has a vagueness of timing. And so how does that align with the urgency of meeting the requirement?
Mine still meets the urgency because it's still linked with RISA. So that wording did not change. All that changed from the original motion, recommendation 1, to this one was saying the preferred alternative. Timelines remain the same. The federal government has been clear that we need to meet this by 2027. And I also want to say this hasn't been sprung on us. This notion that this is a surprise, that's not true. We have known for some time here. So I think that everybody's been maybe dragging their heels, but I don't think it's fair to say that it's ports or the federal government or us. I think everybody has not been sitting down, having those hard conversations. I'm hoping this will get that done so we can get this across the finish line by 2027.
So your motion is just giving a bit more time to land somewhere with
No, this isn't about time.
No.
This is about the best option for the best city in the world.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have Candables.
Councillor Candeval, 3 minutes.
Thank you. To Deputy Mayor McKelvey, through you, Madam Chair. Within your motion, if I understand correctly, there isn't any reference to amending the tripartite.
No, that's not
Yes,
true. There is.
is.
It says to negotiate and execute an amendment to the tripartite agreement that would allow for the preferred alternative.
Okay, thank you. And in addition to Councillor Chang's question, given the mayor's amendment, why don't you feel it goes far enough?
I don't feel the mayor's amendment goes far enough because it's still option 1. The mayor's amendment still is on option 1, so it is denying the implementation of a sound barrier, of implementing sound mitigation, of implementing additional runway safety features that include measures that ensure that we don't have school buses and vehicles crossing a runway.
So despite the accommodation by the mayor's motion providing 2045 as part of the extension, you don't believe this accommodation is sufficient?
The accommodation isn't necessarily about the time, it's about which option. And again, I think we need to leave the door open for the best option. We are going in, or not us, the federal government rather, is going in to do construction. While they are in there, I think that we should be open to additional safety measures being implemented at the same time. Should they identify that as necessary, again, this is a federal project, it is federally regulated, and I think that we need to cede to that advice that they have on what measures should be implemented through this project.
So is your assessment that the mayor's motion is closing the door on option 2 and 3
Yes.
in 25?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Deputy Mayor. I'm hunting for a motion that gives security of tenure, a long-term lease to protect this airport. Could you explain to us how your motion achieves that goal?
So my goal is saying that we, in principle, accept the preferred alternative of the environmental assessment, be that option 1, option 2, or option 3. It gives authority to negotiate an amendment to the tripartite agreement to enable the implementation of that. That could include an extension of term if needed for amortization to ensure that you can pay for the project.
And based on that, what do you see as the bumps on the road through that process? It is circuitous in some ways.
It is giving the authority to go out and have that conversation. I think that it is time for us to sit down with Ports Toronto once they identify the environmental assessment and the federal government to ensure that we are implementing the best option for the best city in the world and an amazing asset, an amazing airport right in the center of downtown Toronto.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Right. Now, Councillor Cole, you just put your name up there? Gosh. When people stick their name on in the last second, you know.
You almost got Councillor Prutz answering your questions there.
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the question is this. Who decided that you needed to do something about the buses crossing the runway?
So with the environmental assessment, Ports Toronto is looking at many aspects of safety, and that's one of them.
No, but who said that there had to be something done about where did this come from?
Nobody's saying that. That's one of the options before us, is the ability to correct
so
that.
Nobody's saying you have to put in these this new road to allow.
The federal requirement is to meet RISA. Ports Toronto is going beyond to improve safety for all and to ensure that there's additional sound mitigation and other things that benefit
Ports Toronto is saying you need this sound
Not yet.
So
they're considering it. It is a consideration in the environmental assessment.
So who's telling us that you need to basically get the wall done, get the new road done to get the school buses? Who's saying that? Who's
Nobody
saying
yet.
Yeah.
But what
what's
we
wrong?
are saying is, what my motion says is to look at the preferred alternative identified through the environmental assessment, which takes into consideration a wide variety of things. A good EA looks at technical, social, environmental,
I don't want to wait for an EA.
Councillor Cole,
they have a timeline. I believe it's imminent.
She's dragging the puck. I can ask a question.
My God.
Come on. It's not my first rodeo here, you know.
Okay, what happened over lunch, really?
But anyways, so how long would an EA take?
Well, Ports Toronto is very aware of their timeline to meet RISA, and I believe it's clear that those results are imminent. So I think we should look at that.
How long would this EA take?
Well, they have to implement
10, 15 years?
No, they have to implement the runway extension by 2027. So
Okay, we know
the implementation timeline is very, very clear.
So we know that.
Yeah.
We know about.
So we know the
extending runway.
timeline.
Okay,
we know how long the EA will take, and we know that the results are imminent. So I'm not sure what we're disagreeing on.
We're disagreeing on the fact you're saying that we have to quickly put in that wall and do something about the buses.
I'm not saying quickly.
Okay, good.
I am saying that we need to allow the latitude to approve the preferred alternative of the environmental assessment.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Thank you. Madam Speaker. You know, 10 years ago, we had a similar debate about Billy Bishop Airport, and it was regarding jets at the airport. And whenever you spoke to someone who was against jets at the airport, they would say, I'm against jets at the airport, but I think the airport should still operate. And there was this social understanding, the social contract, that if jets were not allowed at the airport would continue basically for generations. And I see that agreement, this social contract that we had with people who were opposed to jets, falling apart because there was a general understanding that we would be able to continue with the airport. You know, at the same time, I just want to reiterate It's my understanding that when city staff present reports, they're supposed to present all their various options. We can go this way, we can go this way. Council has to decide which way they want to go. But, you know, I'm looking at this facilitator, and once again, the negativity, the anti-airport phraseology. Bullet point 1, the current negative impact. Bullet point 2, look at options other than an airport. Bullet point 6, environmental concerns. Bullet point 8, viability and need for an island airport. Bullet point 9, cumulative impact of construction. This is really, you know, not what I would consider, you know, a balanced view that we're looking for staff to give us. At the same time, it is my understanding, and I wasn't there, that when anyone stood up in this last public meeting at the end of September and supported the airport, they were shouted down. Now, I don't know how aggressive the facilitator was in making sure there was a balanced approach to that, but clearly it didn't seem like a very fair process. You know, people are crying for parks, and we love our parks. We have 1,600 parks across the city. We have the largest ravine system of any major urban area in the world. We have one of the largest freshwater lakefronts of any major city. So to argue that we were potentially park deficient and we have to close this airport for a park does not make a lot of sense. I will read from you a letter that we received from the Toronto Civic Employees Union Local 416. Our position is clear. The economic activity generated by Ports Toronto must be protected and nurtured. Local 416 members stand ready to support growth and adapt to changes that will secure our livelihoods and enhance the well-being of our community. This is from the local union that will lose its jobs if this airport closes. I also want to point out clarification on something that was said earlier about Orange. It was said earlier that Orange relies on the helicopters and they can pretty well land everywhere. That's not quite true. They do have fixed-wing aircraft that need an airport to land in downtown Toronto or on the island airport so they can get to hospitals quickly to save lives. And we are in the job of saving lives. When you look at the economic benefits of this, you're looking at over 2,000 people who work directly on site and another 4,500 of wider jobs. You're looking at $2.1 billion in annual economic impact. The importance for us is to be a reliable investment partner. The City of Toronto must be able to say to the world that we are open for business, we're open for investment, and we're open for risk-taking. I've been to this airport several times, many times, and it is an absolute wonderful experience. To be able to get from the core of the downtown, I've raced from City Hall many times to the airport, to get through the terminal and get onto your plane, and of course be hosted in the air by the wonderful employees of Porter Air, and of course Air Canada flies out of there as well. This is a cherished institution that keeps our city vital, that employs thousands of people, that creates economic benefits, that moves people in and out of our city in a safe and professional way. We must have security of supply, we must have security of tenure, and I'll be supporting Deputy Mayor McKelvey's motion in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Our next speaker is Councillor John Burnside. 1 second, please. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm very disappointed with this report. Unlike our provincial and federal counterparts, we rely on our staff to give us unbiased advice. We don't have huge staffs that we can actually do our own research. We rely solely on staff. I'm looking at the recommendation for option number 1. There are 4 bullet points. 3 of them talk about the same thing, about time. You know, the lowest risk scenario to achieving the mandated federal safety requirements. And it goes on. It's 1 point puffed up as 3. The 4th point is about a lower project cost. And as Councillor McKelvey, Deputy Mayor McKelvey mentioned, we're not even paying for the project costs. I would have thought our other considerations would have been more important, the ones that we're actually have a vested interest in, such as additional safety measures, noise reduction. I would have thought those would have been prominent. And we wouldn't wade into areas like financing that is solely up to the airport. If we chose option number 2 or 3, that doesn't preclude the airport from going ahead with number 1, and we all know they're going to do everything they can to ensure uninterrupted service. I believe this is terrible advice we've received. It feels more, and I'm actually speaking to staff here, including some on the front row, it feels more about politics than policy. Others will judge for themselves, but I hope that I never feel this way again about a staff report and staff recommendations that come forward.
Oh, I actually gave you an extra 15 seconds. You didn't even take it, but don't put it in your talk bank. All right.
For questions with the mayor, I'll save them for that. Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Councillor Holliday. Yes, are you waiting? Okay, no problem. So we'll move on to you, Councillor Cole. Are you here and ready? Are you ready? Thank you. There's candies here. Okay, I'm going to put Councillor Cole on now, because Councillor Holliday, you're asking to go a bit later. Is that right? Yes. Okay. Councillor Cole, you are up. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just got something clarified. I assume this was a federally mandated EA, but it's actually an EA undertaken by the Port Authority on their own volition. So it's a much shorter EA process, thank God that this is going on. So I just want to clarify that with my questions of the Deputy Mayor. I just think that coming from a point where I truly believe in the social, economic, cultural, let's say, branding value of the airport. It is a quirky airport. It is a unique airport. It's by no means is it perfect like Pearson Airport is. Yeah, I know that deserves a laugh. But anyways, but it's our airport with all its imperfections, with all, when we used to have to take that ferry across, now we have the tunnel underneath, but it is part of what we are as a city. Like many things in this city, they are not, let's say, copied anywhere else. So it's got a lot of imperfections, but on the other hand, we're very fortunate to have such an economic driver in our downtown. And we're so fortunate that it's so accessible. You can actually see people walk to go to the airport as opposed to being stuck on gridlock going to Pearson all the time. So I just want to find something that basically supports a commitment to the airport. And there is nobody that's saying we don't want to continue to have this valuable asset provide this service. I think everybody in council thinks that the airport is a critical, valued asset that we have in the city of Toronto, not only for its employment, but again, for bringing tourists in and for convenience of Canadians or Torontonians that want to travel. So it's there. So it's a reality, and as I said, far from perfect. Just like the people who live on the island, they have their homes there. That's not a perfect place to have housing, but we as a city council say, yes, you can have the houses on the island forever. We signed a 99-year lease, so therefore I support the mayor's motion because it basically says that you can essentially adhere to the federal requirement of making the runway safer. And that is the key thing, to undertake that first action. And the mayor's motion leaves the door open to direct dialogue between the Port Authority and the federal government in terms of looking at the tripartite agreement, looking at all the other recommended improvements. It says that's going to be part of a formal series of meetings that are going to follow from this debate here today. So therefore, in those discussions going forward, if it's agreed that we need that barrier, the sound barrier, we need to take the buses off the runway that sometimes cross the runway, that will be decided in that process. The rest of it, whether it's option 2, 3, whatever it is, this is really too complex and convoluted for us who are amateurs in trying to deal with operating airports to make a decision on. I don't have that expertise. So I would rather have key staff dealing face-to-face with the Port Authority in good faith and with the federal government to come up and do the right things down the road. The mayor's motion leaves the door open to that. So that's why I think this is a pragmatic, practical approach. So thank you very much. I'm finished.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Deputy Mayor. Next speaker is Councillor Carroll. One second, please, Councillor.
I'll have to clear the crowd here.
You are up.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker, first for being downstairs on a course this morning. But I know that lots of questions were asked and answered. And what they had the effect of doing for the community is helping the community to understand that any time this chamber discusses the island airport, it's pretty much like that line of Joe Pesci's from JFK. The issue surrounding this little patch of the island is a mystery wrapped inside a riddle, and still the whole darn thing is an enigma. Every time we discuss it, here's where we end up. Everyone's saying, what are we doing? What is this? I don't know. And here we are again. But it boils down to one simple thing that we discussed at length in executive. There's no arguing about whether or not to extend the runways. If the runways are going to have some form of extension for even one more day, we have to accept the fact that they've been ordered to do that. That's a done deal. That all comes down to Flight 358. Those many years ago, overshooting the runway at Pearson. So that has to happen. They asked us what option we want. We asked staff to evaluate and come back with an option. They came back with option 1. That doesn't mean that the federal government can't complete their EA and say, we're going with option 2 anyway. But the reason you see a report before you and it says option 1 is because they asked us our opinion. So our staff wrote us an opinion, and it's before us, and we're adopting it. That's all. It's not that complicated. They just wanted our opinion. A whole bunch of things may happen after, things we won't have control over, but that's that. What did we hear most profoundly in order to do that runway? What did we hear again and again from Ports Toronto? They need to be able to finance this giant piece of capital work. This is a big project. The City of Toronto, never in a million years would we say we're going to blow our entire reserve to do this project that, may even have overages, but we'll spend all our cash doing it. You will, of course, use some debt financing. So they need some more years to do it. Do they need 40? I would submit not. If I was taking out a loan right now, while rates are falling, haven't fallen much, but they are going to continue to fall for the next couple of years. So if I was financing now, would I take out a 40-year loan? No, I wouldn't. I do my level best to work out some kind of equation between what I have on reserve, what I know is coming to me every year in dividend, and then I would try and finance something that was in the range of 8 to 12 years. So today, The mayor has given them what they've been asking for all along in her motion. She's giving them 20 years. 20 years in a high-interest environment, market-wise, to take out a loan. And sometimes, if you really want something hard enough and you fight for it and you struggle for it, sometimes you just get it. And then you have to recognize the win. You need that amount of time to do some financing. In this motion, you're getting that amount of time to do the financing. So if that really was what it's about, if that is actually what it was about, then we're done. We're actually done. If the other things, as you said at the beginning of this lobbying effort, and my goodness, what an energetic lobbying effort it has been. We've all talked to many, many lobbyists. And if it was really about what you said it was about at the beginning, financing, we're all done now. But if it's actually about all these other ancillary issues that you want to talk about for the next decade, we have now the next decade in which we can have those conversations. So take the win today, get the financing, make the runway safe, and the conversation will continue. Those are my comments, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Speaker. If I ask the clerk to put my motion up, it's pretty simple. Can you hold my time? The gallery here is having some fun.
Have Councillor Holiday's motion? Okay.
Can I have my 20 seconds back? Speaker, it's very straightforward. It's to extend the tripartite agreement time frame for 40 years. And that was the suggestion from Ports Toronto in terms of what they need. I want to be really clear because there was an important question that was asked and answered. And I asked, and the answer from the city manager was, a change in the time frame simply takes that element off the table for the negotiations that they need to do, because I think there's a mutual recognition that additional work is needed to be done to continue to modernize and develop the tripartite agreement. This takes the financing element off. You know, to build on what Councillor Carroll said, what I want is a win for the City of Toronto. Right now, we are a rudderless ship that is adrift. I asked the mayor what the vision was, and the answer I got back was, I don't know. And I understand there's lots of questions and interesting conversations about what an airport would look like. But I would have thought the answer would be, yes, I'm excited. We should get as much action out of that airport and as much development support on this city as we can. I don't know how many flights it means or what kind of aircraft, but we'll figure that out. It should be everything that it can be for us. And the second half of that conversation should be, how can the City of Toronto help the airport with its objectives, because their objectives are the same as ours? How do we roll out the red carpet? Instead, the recommendations forward are to limit the options. Never mind those options 2 and 3 and whatever community benefits they might produce or safety. And one of them is to put in extra navigational aids. How could we possibly be opposed to that? And here we are narrowing it down and making it hard. And then in my questions, the light bulb went on. There was a concern that if the costs of the improvements, the renovations, got really high, that suddenly that airport would be incited to increase business. Imagine that, increasing business, moving more people in and out of the City of Toronto, visitors and economic development. There's a fear that they're going to spend $200 million and you know what, somehow want to recoup that through the model. But you know what's obnoxious in all of this? Is that if it was to fail, that it's okay that Pearson Airport would have to suck up all that business. And you know why that matters to me? Because I'm a resident and I am the councillor that people trusted to elect to send me down here to look after the interests of the people in the Etobicoke Centre who have not one, but 2 flight paths over the community. Look at the noise exposure forecast contours for this airport. They're over the water. That's where the noise is. Go look at the ones for Pearson Airport. They're over people's houses. You know, when I go out campaigning and knocking on doors at different points in the year, you got to be careful which day you go on in certain neighborhoods because you can't have the conversation because of the flights overhead. Ask the people how they feel about sleep and increases to night budget. So how can we say it's not okay to have the noise and the flights in this part of the city, but it's okay to stuff them over there? And don't think it's just an Etobicoke issue. Etobicoke South, Etobicoke North, there's Councillor Crisanti, you know. But those same complaints, because I spent time on the committee, come from Parkdale, they come from North Toronto, they come from North York, they come from York, Madam Speaker. And the people in the entire west end of the city tolerate all of the noise from that aircraft because they understand how important airports are to the vitality of the city. Why can't we have the same vision about the airport in the city of Toronto? Why do we have to be a rudderless ship? The entire business world is looking at us, and this council has nothing to show about the future. Well, my motion says, darn right, we want that airport there for another 40 years. I can't say what it's going to look like, but I'm committed to it. I want it to continue to exist because I know it's important. It's important to the citizens, the businesses, the employees, and all the people that trusted us because they made a decision to invest in our city. Think carefully on this. This is about the city's future. It's about treating all of our neighborhoods fairly.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have a motion here, and this motion asks very clearly for Council to affirm the city's commitment to the future of the Billy Bishop Airport, supporting the lease extension and the renegotiation of the tripartite agreement which was struck in 1983 before I was born. This is a very simple vote for you. If your vision for the City of Toronto includes a long-term city centre airport, if you support the airport and its contributions to our economy, its contributions to our workforce, many of the people who are in the room here today, and its contributions to connectivity to Toronto and the rest of the country and the rest of the world, then you should be crystal clear about that. No need to play games. Put your money where your mouth is, put your X down and support this motion. Let's go on the record together as a council. Let's take a serious position to help advance these conversations and move the airport discussion forward. Let's do what we have to do. We've had plenty of time to work on this, and I think that's why it's a little bit frustrating. I heard a comment earlier today that this was just sort of like dropped in our laps. There was a letter that was submitted of December 2023 to our city manager, Paul Johnson, to Mayor Olivia Chow from Ports Toronto, saying we need to start this process. We need to get going on this. We want to come in, we want to work with you, we want to advance this conversation. Not just about the runway extension, but about the enabling terms and circumstances that will make that financially viable and give the operations of the airport a sustainable pathway forward. And yet, the flag that was planted by Ports Toronto on their correspondence to this council, to all of us today, indicates very clearly that without the term extension and without the renegotiation of the tripartite agreement, which dictates the terms of the operations of that airport, quote, the future of Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport is at risk. How do I interpret that? It means it's not a sure thing. So council's screwing around with something that generates billions of dollars of GDP for our economy, employs 5,000 people, is the 9th busiest airport in the country. This council is screwing around, parsing out the language, and afraid to take the grown-up position, do the right thing to advance these negotiations, and it's disgraceful. And it's got to stop. Now, Mayor Chow's motion, I got it here. It might appear to address that concern, but in reality, it's a Trojan horse, and I'll tell you why. It is meant to shut off any conversation about getting a tripartite agreement that meets the city's needs today. It specifies and, in fact, locks in the 1983 tripartite agreement. Mayor pretends that all we need to do is give a few more years on the existing lease and that all of this is going to be fine for 12 years for Ports to be able to finance the runway for RISA. But then it tries to shut down any renegotiation of the tripartite agreement. Again, 1983. I don't know how many of you have read it. Probably not that many. But I could tell you, if you open that document up, it has a lot of riders and specificity that is problematic in the world of 2024. It specifies the specific type of aircraft that are allowed to fly out of that airport by make and model. So you take the Dash 8 Q400, that plane's not even being manufactured anymore. It's like if I went out to you and said, you got to drive a Datsun. I said, well, what about a Nissan? Because Datsun's not available anymore. This tripartite agreement specifies the specific make and model of aircraft that are not even being manufactured. If we don't update and renegotiate that agreement, then once those aircraft stop working, how are we going to operate flights out of that airport? So these are some of the details that exist within that tripartite agreement, and simply by taking the mayor's motion as it is written today, it locks us into that for until 2045, the language being existing tripartite agreement. And I think that's really problematic because it doesn't provide a viable pathway for the airport and continuity of operations going forward. My motion complements Deputy Mayor McKelvey's motion, which I think is very thoughtful and helpful, directing the staff to come back in Q1 of next year with the process for public consultation and next steps needed to update that tripartite agreement. I get the impression that the mayor is not comfortable with that, but City Council should take the grown-up position and stand that we recognize that is a necessary enabling factor to ensure the long-term viability of this economic engine, this city center airport that is valued by so many Torontonians.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker. I have to say that I'm also tired of the games. And I'm also tired of being in a perennial mayoral debate in this chamber. Sick and tired of it, actually. And I will agree with you, Councillor Carroll. I've not seen a lobbying effort like this for a long time. You and I, Councillor Thompson, have been here for a while. This is a full court press with all of the information, just dumped, so much information dumped on us at every second. We're hurting the long-term options for the airport. Mayor Chow has a motion that says, okay, here's another couple of decades to get everything right. It's as if there's some kind of sneaky motion there. Pick up, look under the rug, and it's a secret motion to close the airport. It's a secret motion, everybody. Maybe it's written in secret ink. I don't know, but it's not there. You talk about growing up, grow up. It's not there. There's three options. Safety options that we're told with best advice from the city. Here you go. You can get one done quickly, but within 3 years. In my questioning, there is not even a detailed design. Look at all the developments in your ward. Without a detailed design, how far along are they? They're nowhere. A schematic Class D assessment. Here's our idea. Here's what we think it might cost. Grow up. We all know about development in this place. You've been lobbied. Let's agree to that. Grow up and admit it. Grow up and admit it. It's the waterfront. Do you make decisions like that on the waterfront? You want a mega mall? You want a Ferris wheel? You want a mini rail? Do you want that? That was the last time we did this on the waterfront. And we had to stop it. Stop it. It's the central waterfront. It's a very delicate place. It's delicate because you've got a lot going on. You've got 50, 60,000 new homes coming in. How high can they be? What can happen? Do you not care about that? Or you've just been lobbied, so you're not going to care about that. We have the Inner Harbor. We've got a place where everybody wants to go to the island. This is right by the island. We're getting new ferries. They have to be safe. We have Transport Canada. It's not an easy thing. Maybe if you're sitting, Councillor Crisanti, up in your ward, you've got an airport. I'm not expecting to have the whole city stop because your airport wants to expand its runway. So I just think let's stop and look at what really is in front of us. Are we giving assurance? Yes. We're not closing the airport. Here, we're giving you more time. We're not closing the airport. We know option one will be the one that will work because we also have to worry about safety in our harbor, safety in our waterfront, safety in our neighborhoods. If there was something, safety in another airport here that was going to be compromised, should we just forget about it because we've been lobbied so well and because we're always in a mayoral debate in this council chambers? Is that what should happen? I don't think so. So in talking to one of my friends from Ports Toronto, they said, okay, well, yes, option one, but we need money. We need money. Well, here's the runway for money. You're getting the runway for money. You're getting enough time to get all the money you need in order to do what you need and to continue the conversation, which Councillor Bradford may have started before you were born, but there's been a long discussion about the waterfront, including from your ward, from my ward, from downtown, from Mimico. Everybody's talking about the waterfront. So, pardon?
Scarborough.
Scarborough, yes. It's not like we're saying, let's build out a groin 50 feet, 100 meters into the lake and make the decision now. This is a thoughtful process. I think everybody should be happy we're getting to a space and a place that's actually going to meet everybody's needs. And I'm sorry if that doesn't feel like it, but I think it actually does.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, some people, no matter how hard you try, you can't make them happy. Like you can give them sugary treats, you can let them watch their favorite shows on Netflix, tell them they don't have a curfew, you can do anything you want, and they just can't make them happy. Here's what's happened. The federal government said airplanes need extra runway so they don't run off the end of the runway, and because Billy Bishop is an airport, they have to deal with that, and they passed a regulation saying you've got to make sure that airplanes don't run off the runway. That's what we're doing here. We're responding to a federal regulatory request. So the City of Toronto looked at that question and had conversations with the public and had conversations with the Port Authority, and you know, we all thought about it a lot. And the staff came back and said, you know, this is the option that gets it done with the least, bringing in the least other baggage, and is probably the easiest to finance. City Council, why don't you do that? Well, then the Port Authority went in the press and said, oh no, we need to extend the whole agreement, open the whole thing up for 40 years and give us the flexibility to do all kinds of other things. And we said, whoa, that sounds like a bit much, right? And then we all debated at executive committee and people wrote opinion columns and got on Twitter and do all the things that happen. And then the mayor of Toronto said, okay, if your concern is you need more than just the next 9 years to pay this off, we'll give you the room, right? Here is the path for you to meet the federal regulatory requirement. Done and dusted. But then we start getting all kinds of other motions like, wait a minute, City Council has to agree that this is going to be an airport and we're going to renegotiate all the terms of what an airport is, and we need to decide that today. With no studies, no information, no conversation, no nothing. And then the penny drops. The penny drops. The people who have been pressuring us, telling us, you know, you've got to build roads and you got to build walls and you got to renegotiate the whole thing, and who told us when we were doing Villiers Island, the flight path, and when we were doing the Island Master Plan, the flight path. This has never, for those voices, been about meeting the federal regulatory requirement. It's never been about the safety of people flying into Billy Bishop Airport. It's always been about expanding the permissions for the airport and forcing Toronto City Council to guess what the future is going to be like 40 years from now with no information. And it's quite hilarious, the level of, well, I want to say the word hypocrisy, but it's not quite that. I can make an argument, but you can't. The level of that going on is really quite striking. Councillor Bradford gets up and says, did you know that the current agreement was signed like almost 40 years ago? That's terrible. No wonder, like, we have to modernize it for another 40 years. Because the people in 1989 didn't know everything about what was going to be happening in 2025, the people in 2025 should give permission for what it's going to look like until 2075. I challenge anyone in this room, to give me a coherent explanation of what travel patterns on Earth are going to be like in 2075. How much air travel will take place? What climate mitigation measures will have come in? Will economies be changing because the climate has changed? Are hurricanes going to start getting in the way of flights? Will we have built a better connection to Pearson? Will the economy be the same? You know, 40 years ago in the city of Toronto, we were mostly manufacturing stuff in what we call our employment lands. What are we going to be doing 40 years from now? Nobody knows the answers to these questions, but Councillor Bradford and others in this debate
5 seconds.
have been trying to lock us in for that 40-year period. It's never been about safety for them, and it's exhausting to listen to.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As a city, safety has to be our highest priority, and I have a motion that I'd like to put forward that is committed to putting safety clearly in the picture. Is the motion coming up? And my motion, as you can see it amends Councillor Bradford's motion to ensure that safety and our responsibility as a city and a city council is in the picture as we have this debate and as we've engaged in this chamber today around what is in front of us. Safety is the highest priority. It's the highest priority for everyone who uses the airport, everyone who has joined us today and works there, everyone who is in the neighborhood of our waterfront and in the neighborhood of our airport, and everyone who uses it. And we have talked a lot about the users of this airport, and we have to make sure that this safety obligation is about them as well. And this is not just safety in a loose and general way. We have a serious deadline in front of us. July 12th, 2027, set out by Transport Canada, making sure that the Island Airport meets its safety obligations under the runway and safety areas regulation. And we must make this safety obligation a priority for the operations of the airport. And as one of the signatories to the tripartite agreement and a landholder on the Island Airport lands, we cannot get in the way of the deadline, and we can't get in the way of the current operations. And meeting these obligations, I will repeat again, is about the continued operations of this airport. And option one in front of us delivers the essential safety requirements with the least risk in the most efficient way and the most cost-effective way. And I have never heard us in this chamber say that that has ever been an issue or a bad thing for us to agree on as a council. We need to make sure that we are moving forward with this responsible option in order to enable Ports Toronto to meet its deadline and to continue the operations that we see right now. It avoids the time and the potential delay that comes with an official plan amendment to consider the proposed works beyond the safety requirement. It's also the option that we have heard that Torontonians support. You have heard from Ports Toronto, absolutely, and you've also heard from your neighborhood associations, and you've heard from those who value the queer space, Friends of Hanlan's, that is right across from the airport. You have heard from people invested in the environmental and the sustainable future of our city, and you have heard from people who are invested in the city's interests when it comes to the revitalization revitalization of our waterfront. And as a city, we are obligated to also take on those views and that important outlook to the future as seriously as we possibly can. And we know how important the tripartite agreement is. We know 2033 has been, at our doorstep. And the tripartite agreement does have to be revisited in a thoughtful and thorough way. And that needs to be done through a process that we can all see and is made visible. Considerations that we have heard and we know are so important to the airport now. Right now, not 40 years ago, but the one that we have right now and into the future, needs to make sure that we consider the environment, air quality and health, economic development and housing among those issues that we have to be taking seriously and demonstrating that we are. And for me, a democratic and transparent process about how we look at that thoroughly and visibly and with community engagement and allow for the research for the best outcomes is the high priority that we have to be looking at alongside this safety. And considering an extension ahead of this is not ideal, and I believe the mayor's proposal is responsible to ensure ports can secure financing for up to 20 years, as has been done with the tunnel. We have an example of how this is possible with the review of a business case with the eyes on it from our chief financial officer. We need to set the process of reviewing the tripartite agreement for the long term to set it up for success, for the success of every party that's a signatory, and for us as a city in our interests, to demonstrate that it follows a logical progression and to give it the time it requires for the best outcome that we can get. And to ensure the city is working in the best interests of all our stakeholders, residents, community associations, business communities, and waterfront revitalization. Safety can't wait. We have to move forward in fulfilling the safety obligation and to do it as quickly as possible. And we have to plan for the long term to continue to make decisions as responsibly as possible. Every single Torontonian and every part of our city deserves that from us. Thank you very much.
For you, Councillor Holyday, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Deputy Mayor, there's 2 elements to what you've proposed. The first is a condition, and the second is temporal, time frame. So the condition is that the RESAs are completed, or the RESAs. I just wondered, is there any probability in this world that this is not going to be done? And I mean, let's say today the whole thing falls apart and council objects and obstructs this. Is it most likely that the feds or whoever has to do this would just overrule us? Is there any possibility that those extensions are not going to be completed?
Councillor Holyday, thank you for your question. For me, moving this amendment forward was to make sure that when we talk about the long-term viability of the airport, our commitment as a city to be part of a negotiated process with Ports Toronto and Transport Canada is not at the exclusion of the safety obligations that have brought us this debate in the first place. And for me, adding this here is about ensuring that, first of all, we are meeting the safety obligations, and that as a city, we are enabling that in the way that we see as the most responsible in meeting the timeline, and that work has to be a priority as we talk about what the future of the airport operations will be.
So is it our job to enforce or put pressure on the timeline? Because I thought the regulations were absolute, like change the runways or don't fly.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Well, you mentioned that, this was about meeting timelines.
It's meeting a safety obligation, that's what I said.
So, regardless of how we feel or what we say in this council, does the objective not still remain because it's external to us? That airport needs to change its runways or they don't fly on it. Is that not correct? Am I misunderstanding that somehow we have cards in all of this? They're asking us to agree to something, but if we don't agree or block it, either someone's going to step in or they just don't fly.
So the debate that we have in front of us is about the city supporting and enabling the meeting of a federal safety obligation.
Okay.
And that does require our participation as a signatory to the tripartite agreement. And Transport Canada has been very clear about the time frame that we need to meet.
Right.
And the commitment here and with the recommendations in front of us and with the mayor's amendment is that we meet that safety obligation within the time frame with an option that allows us to get there within that time frame. And the amendment responds to what I've heard from my colleagues and from community members that safety is a high priority for us. And I wanted to make sure that that is in the picture as we move forward. And that, you know, as Councillor Bradford put it to us, you know, in terms of our commitment to the airport, that right now what has brought us here is our safety obligation. And I wanted to make sure that that has been very clear.
So it's about agreeing to something later and not today.
I'm just not sure I'm understanding.
No, but there's two conditions, right? The first condition is whether something happens.
Sorry, that
and the
was your
second
last
is a time-
question. Sorry, you're way over 3 minutes. Thank you. Councillor Bradford, 3 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the proposed amendment. On what basis do you think that public consultations and the city asserting its position as a council cannot happen concurrently with Ports Toronto doing the construction to meet the RISA requirements?
I'm sorry, this is on, sorry, can you just repeat the question?
Yep.
Yeah.
Why can we not take this position as a council today to demonstrate that commitment and provide certainty to the different stakeholders who are involved, while also moving forward with our RISA obligations from the federal government? Your motion suggests that we can't provide that level of certainty and commitment as a council until after we've done RISA. Why can't we do them both at the same time?
So for me, and I think what has been very clear is that we are moving forward, and what has been the substance of our debate is how we as a council support the fulfillment of a federal safety obligation to first and foremost ensure that that everyone who comes through the airport and you know, right across the city can count on the safety of that airport. And there has been a very clear deadline from Transport Canada of mid-2027. And I'm not interested in any delay for that deadline to be met.
So how
we're
does
not going to
this-
stand in the way of that. And if that obligation is not met, then that the future operations of the airport.
But that's not our jurisdiction, because if those obligations are not met, the airport shuts down. We lose our license from the federal transportation
And my
authorities.
commitment is that those operations do continue.
So then-
and that is what is in front of us.
So the question, just to be clear, so we all understand, why can City Council not assert a position in the affirmation today, direct our city manager to take that position in the ongoing discussions with Ports Toronto and the federal government right now, while also simultaneously advancing our federal obligations under RISA? It would seem to me that those are completely congruent. They can happen concurrently.
What I wanted to make sure that we put in the picture is that today's debate is about job number one,
Okay.
which is for the fulfillment of a federal safety obligation on a time frame that will not budge, and
So-
that is very, very clear, and to ensure that as we are moving forward in our choices and our decisions, the meeting of that safety obligation is priority number one.
So let me ask you a question, because I appreciate that, and safety is very important. Would you accept an amendment then to include implementation of the RISA as well as these other positions? So council takes a position that we want to implement RISA in addition to lease extension, renegotiating the tripartite, and directing our city manager to take that position in those discussions with Transport Canada and Ports Toronto. Would you amend that?
That
I'd
was
like
your last
to-
question.
I'd like to proceed with my amendment as it stands. Thank you.
After the next election? Oh.
Councillor Burnside, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, through you. So if I understand correctly, the impetus for your amendment was to ensure, I think you just said that the timeline doesn't budge in terms of the safety additions to the runway.
The item that we have in front of us is about the runway and safety area. This very important and critical and unmovable federal safety obligation by Transport Canada. And in our considerations, I wanted to make sure that we are prioritizing that. We are clear that it is job number one, and to be very clear that the fulfillment of it is about the future operations of the airport, and that as a city, that is how we are approaching this, to fulfill those obligations in order for it to operate in a way that is safe as the requirements come in mid-2027 for us.
Right, but I thought if we approved option number one today, what we've been told is that our job is kind of done in terms of what we need to do for the airport to get on with fulfilling its obligations. So would it not make sense to then move on? Like, I'm not sure what more we can do between now and whatever that date is in 2027, and why you want to wait until that date when you just mentioned that the federal government dictates the timeline. We're voting on it, option number one today anyway, so our job is as a council is done. Is there more that city staff need to do? I thought the whole idea of option number one is that it expedites everything and that city staff don't have to do anything. So I'm not sure the purpose of this.
Well, the way that you've laid it out, Councillor Burnside, I really do appreciate that, because as I put forward the amendment, then it seems like we're both agreeable to it. If today we are fulfilling our obligations around a federal safety requirement and affirming what has been laid out in Councillor Bradford's motion, this amendment should be a welcome one for us to be able to demonstrate how through our choices today, we have put safety as the number one priority and also been very clear about how we will engage on the future operations of the airport in a logical progression.
But I'm still confused as why we're then waiting till the completion of those safety enhancements. Like, I'm not sure what precludes us from actually getting on with the agreement. Now that we've made the decision on part one, why we have to wait to start part two. I mean, I know it is government, so I know we do like to kind of take as long as we can, but I'm just a little confused. And that'll be my last question, by the way.
And I've been very clear about what my intention is with this amendment. It's to make sure that we are staying focused on what job number one is in front of us today, alongside the affirmation and the commitment that is being looked for.
Thank you. Last speaker, Councillor Candeville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few remarks, comments on this debate, and it is a debate, and I know there were earlier comments characterizing it as a mayoral debate. I think that perhaps may be unhealthy, that we need to preserve a culture of debate. That is our role, that is our focus of work here. We are, as councillors, have to weigh the perennial issues of ward and city. We broker interests, and to characterize it as the fruit of lobbying, I think, is also very unhealthy. That argument could be extended to every issue before us, whether it's lobbying from any interest group or institution that exists. So I think we've got to remind ourselves that debate is very pertinent and healthy to our culture and democracy. A few comments that I think are at the heart of many of the public. Certainly I've heard this from my community, both in my ward, but across Scarborough and across the city. There is a lot of minutia, there's a lot of technical detail before us that I imagine some of us are not completely familiar with, much less the public. And the question before many in the public, and I know in my community, is this taking our city towards a more healthier economic place? We've seen the articles, we've seen the headlines showing Canada and our city's productivity problem. There's a big question before us that many in our communities are looking at. We've got an airport that has been operating very responsibly, very well. The accessibility has been a boon for many of us in the East End and Scarborough. If you've ever had to travel the 401 right now, it is a disaster. It is inaccessible for many. So this conversation that we're having and the decision before us is really, in part, a question of growing accessibility, whether it's for residents who are looking to go beyond our city, and of course, for those coming to invest, to do business, and visit our city as tourists. So I think that's part of the optics of what is before us. And with that, I'll leave my comments to that this is a larger question of perception and how we support our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's ring the bells. We'll vote. Okay, if we can put the first motion on the screen. Motion 1A by Mayor Chow. All in favor? Recorded vote. I was hoping that nobody would pick that up. It's nice to know that people are listening.
Motion 1A carries. The vote is 17-8.
Okay. Next motion 1B by Mayor Chow. Okay, there it is on the screen. Recorded vote. Those bells are really annoying, aren't they? No, I don't know. It's just ding dong, ding dong.
Councillor Crisanti, could we have your vote, please?
Motion 1B carries. The vote is 16-9.
Okay. So 2A and 2B by Councillor McKelvey is redundant. Motion 3 by Councillor Holyday is redundant.
Sorry, just, we didn't vote on number 1 as amended, though.
Pardon?
Do we need to vote on 1 as amended?
At the end. Yeah.
So we voted on the amendment, but it doesn't mean that, does that mean that it, but that means you're adopting all of it then? Okay.
Okay, so our next motion would be, okay. No, I know, I'm just waiting. The clerk said, wait a minute. Okay. Okay, Councillor Bradford, we're in the middle of a vote.
Well, I'll ask for the clerk's ruling on it.
Just give us a minute, please. Yeah. So we always vote on the item as amended after we move all the amendments. Okay, well, we haven't gone there yet. So we have Deputy Mayor Malik's motion next, which is motion number 5. Amending motion number 4. So it's before us. So I just said it. Councillor McKelvey's motion A, Councillor McKelvey's motion B, and Councillor Holiday's motion is redundant. Right now, we're voting on Deputy Mayor Malik's amendment, which is motion number 5. It's on the screen. Okay, recorded vote. We should have the copies of the motion at the back like we always used to have it. Well, it helps.
Motion 5 carries. The result is 16-9.
Okay, hold on, we're in the middle of a vote on Councillor Bradford's motion 4 as amended. Recorded vote. Yes, as amended. Okay, we just approved the amendment by the Deputy Mayor, so now we're voting on the motion as amended.
Motion 4 as amended carries. The result is 14 to 11.
Okay, so item is amended. Recorded vote. Point of order, Councillor Holyday.
Speaker, I want to be really clear because I get a chance to ask because of all the shouting. You ruled my motion out of order. You said it was redundant. And I would like to raise the point that my motion is different from that that was placed. The one that was placed was to negotiate and enter. Mine was an explicit direction to staff to immediately make a change. And I'd like to have your ruling and clarification as to whether or not the two motions are indeed redundant because they are explicitly different.
Okay, get the clerk to respond. We'll give a reason for it.
Burnside.
So, Councillor Holyday, your motion is for an extension for up. If I can have everybody here listen to me so we don't have to ask the same question again. Councillor Fletcher? Okay. Councillor Holyday's motion is for a time extension of up to 2073. So the mayor's motion that was adopted is no later than December 31st, 2045. So that's why Councillor Holyday's motion is redundant. All right? So now we have item as amended. So we're voting on everything as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, may we have your vote, please?
Councillor Crisante, may we have your vote, please?
The item as amended carries. The vote is 17 to 8.
Okay, so we finished the first item. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge a former MP in the council chambers, John Nunziata. He's been a while since he's been here. Okay, so our next item is this. Oh, do we have any quick releases? Let's try to do some quick releases. Okay, quick release, Councillor Moyes.
All right, Madam Speaker, EC 14.11.
Okay, just a sec.
I have a supplementary report.
Hold on, let me find it. Oh, deferred item, EC4, yes?
I want to move a supplementary report on that item.
Okay, you're releasing it?
Yep.
Okay, on favor? The amendment's it's on the screen. The amendment on favor, show of hands.
No, just releasing.
Carried.
T 16.4.
Okay, hold on, there's a lot of noise in here. What's the next item?
T 16.4.
E.
I have a motion, an amendment, sorry.
Okay, can we put the motion on the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we need to, there's a lot of noise in here. Let's just have a 5-minute break. Okay.
We move.
Yeah.
This is the
214,
heritage.
230 Sherburne?
Yeah, that's the heritage piece of that.
Pardon?
It's heritage. This is heritage, I believe.
No, but it's here without a recommendation.
I think this item actually has a, this is the heritage item for this motion. Yes, it's just to move it.
Yeah, so 214, 230 Sherburne, it's here without a recommendation. So what are you recommending?
Well, staff's rec. There's,
You're moving staff recommendation?
yes.
Okay, on staff recommendation, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried.
And HL 16.9.
Pardon?
HL 16.9. I move the supplementary report on that item.
HL. HL, critical need for universal student nutrition. It's here without a recommendation.
Let's move the supplementary report.
Move the staff report.
Yeah.
On favor, carried.
Okay. I do have one more item. Can I speak to it or not? Okay. 16.5, T 16.5, 214, 230 Sherburne Street.
Yes,
I do
it's
have
here
a-
without a recommendation.
I do have a motion on this item, amendment on this item.
You have a motion on that?
Yeah, there's amendment on this item.
Are you moving the staff report?
I'm moving the amendment. There's an amendment on that item.
It's here without a recommendation.
You know, I'll continue to hold it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. GG 16.12, the GFL Environmental Curbside Collection Services. I'd like to refer it back to General Government for the November 20th, 2024 meeting.
GG 16.12, you're deferring it?
Referring it back.
Okay. To the next committee meeting. Okay, Councillor Ainsley is recommending GG 16.12, which is the GFL environmental for curbside collection, referring it back to the next general government meeting. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, may we have your vote, please? Councillor Cole, may we have your vote verbally, please? In the affirmative, thank you. Councillor Crisanti? In the affirmative, thank you.
The referral motion carries. The vote is 23-2.
Okay. Councillor Crisanti, quick release.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. Speaker, I'm going to be releasing EX 17.14, City of Toronto Reserve and Reserve Fund balances.
Okay, hold on. What was that number again?
EX 17.14, City of Toronto Reserve and Reserve Fund balance.
Releasing it?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, EX 17.14, City of Toronto Reserve and Reserve Fund balances. Councillor Crisanti is releasing it. On favor? Show of hands, carried. I had 2 votes there.
That's good enough.
Okay. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm holding item EY 16.11. I just have a small amendment on construction staging for this item. Staff have the language.
5207 Dundas?
Correct.
Okay.
So it's just to have City Council direct the applicant to install temporary zebra crosswalk at the compulsory stop control for eastbound traffic at the intersection of St. Albans Road and Etobicoke Pathway.
Okay, there it is on the screen by Councillor Morley. The amendment on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I held 3 items, TE 16.29, 16.30, and 16.31. The clerk should have a motion on each one. Not ready? Okay, do it tomorrow. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. And this is on EX 17.4, which is the redesigning the vacant home tax program, supporting housing supply. I just have a quick motion for a quick release, please. It's the one I tried to move and you ruled out of order months ago. Oh, who says it's not quick? Oh, it's not quick?
No, but isn't this the,
Not quick.
You want to release EX 17.4, the vacant home tax?
Yes, but Councillor Holliday says it's not quick.
Okay, that's
So
fine.
I'll keep my hold.
Sure.
And then I have one, if it's ready, GG 16.3 on the PILTs. But I'm not sure if it's ready over there, clerk.
So GG 16.3 is status of outstanding payments in lieu of tax amounts?
I sent an email, I sent that over. No, it's not ready yet.
It's
I'll
not
do that
ready.
tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Okay, let's try again, Madam Speaker. For item T 16.5, there is a motion, the staff has it. Motion A and B. Here we go. That's right.
Okay.
Yes, this is staff recommendations.
Okay, so it's on the screen. On favor, carried. But then the second motion on T 16.13, that's the same item.
Yeah, but there's a B portion of it.
Pardon? Oh, you have a second motion on this one.
Yep.
It's on the screen. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Did you want to do the heritage one?
We did it already.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that's it for the quick releases. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, you ready to deal with EX 17.3, electric ferries? So the next timed item that we did by Councillor McKelvey, you asked that after the mayor's first key item, we deal with infrastructure environment, i.e. 16.2, enhancing capital infrastructure, with i.e. 16.4, congestion management plan. So we're going to be at that item now.
Yes,
Okay?
ma'am.
Yes, because that was, I didn't realize it was a timed item after the mayor's first item, sorry. Okay, do we have any questions on that? Councillor Bradford, you held the IE 16.2. Do you have any questions on that item?
Nope, I just got a motion that I've pre-circulated that I'll move, but they're packaged together, right? Yeah, so I got nothing.
Okay, do we have any questions at all? No? How about an IE 16.4? Do we have questions on that one? Councillor Pasternak, you held the item down? Councillor Pasternak? IE 16.4, Councillor Pasternak, congestion management plan. Do you have any questions, or does anybody have any questions on the item? Put your name on the screen, please. Councillor Pasternak, questions? Are you ready?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry for the delay. Now, I brought this up in committee. Over the years, the main complaints that we have had at our office when it comes to traffic congestion is in and around construction zones where they block off active lanes with no work taking place. They abandon construction sites with lanes blocked off for weeks on end. And they use live lanes as private parking spots. I'm just wondering, I don't really see how this plan addresses those key issues.
Through the Speaker. So we've also observed similar sort of concerns with respect to people sort of abusing access to the right-of-way. And this is why, with respect to the new congestion levies that we're introducing, as well as the street occupation fees and all these other measures that are being put into effect, to basically essentially disincentivize them from those sort of practices. Because essentially the costs that we incur to traffic management when they're taking up the right-of-way unnecessarily, we want to basically pass that on to them. And in doing so, again, when you look at the costs that we're going to be proposing, which is coming forward in the budget, it will serve as a disincentive against that sort of behavior.
So I've moved a few motions over the years, January 2020, July 2022, and October of 2023. I have a motion coming to revisit those motions and to incorporate it into future iterations of our traffic management plan. Would you be supportive of a self-financing enforcement strategy where there's a complaint system, where we number each site, there's a complaint system, and if those orange pylons are up all weekend long, blocking traffic with no workers, no equipment, no digging, that we can have a system where we enforce them to remove it, or we fine them, or some kind of consequence for that?
Yeah, through the Speaker. So thanks for that, Councillor Pasternak. We're happy to take another look at those. Certainly, our transportation standards officers, as I think you might know, we've had a bit of a deficit in sort of the boots on the ground to be out there and examining those work zones. Jennifer in ECS also has inspection resources that can help to support that on city projects. So I think that's the intention. The mechanism that you describe in your motions, we're happy to take another look at that.
All right, so I have a motion coming where we're going to revisit those. Next set of questions is for the city manager. I don't think it's any secret that we've had, according to police services, over 1,000 protests in the city since October 7th. I don't think I have to describe what the geopolitical issues are. Many of these have taken place through main arterial roads, blocking traffic, ambulance, fire services, pedestrians. Now I'm looking at our bylaws. What actions can we take to ensure that protests and rallies are safe, but allows our vehicles and pedestrians to get around the city? I don't see any indication that any of our bylaws in this regard have been enforced.
So, through the speaker, you know, we have to take a risk-based approach on these protests is the first step on that. So the fact we may have bylaws in place that we can exercise, it's always about a risk-based approach to that. I've asked some of my colleagues to be able to answer specifically what we may be able to do in that, but I come back to, we would be relying on intelligence and a emergency management conversation that we have on all of these protests about whether and when and how action should be taken either by ourselves or the police services. Not sure if legal wants to add anything more to that answer.
So I'm advised that our bylaw is not currently set up this way, but it's something that could be taken back and looked at.
Yeah, Councillor Pasternak, what we have before is a congestion management plan. We're not talking about protests.
But Madam Speaker, hundreds of rallies blocking traffic is part of our problem.
No, I understand, but this report doesn't cover that.
Well, I mean, this is frozen traffic in the downtown every weekend from mobs that have taken to our streets.
Okay.
Speaker, you've made a ruling. That's not something that we debate. If the member knows what his options are, if he doesn't like your ruling.
Okay, let's just keep on the topic that we have. Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik, question. There you go.
Thank you. As we're moving towards enhancing the capital coordination, can you share some of the lessons that have been learned about working with other divisions and agencies from the experience on Spadina earlier this year? Were you able to incorporate that into what we have in front of us?
Yes, through the speaker, thanks for the question, Deputy Mayor. Absolutely, as you know, we did have some challenges in our coordination with some work that the TTC was doing specifically within their right-of-way. And we have since gone through and done a complete assessment of how we do share information and ensure that we can have timely resolution and very early notification of projects as they come forward, and also to understand the scope and the impact on the right-of-way. And I think that was the real issue there, that we didn't quite have a full understanding of the impact based on the scope that we had before us. So we've corrected that. We have regular, have reinstituted regular engagement with the TTC. We already have a very strong relationship with a number of our other partners and are building into the Strategic Capital Coordination Office additional and regular connection points with the utility companies that we work with. So I think there's been a fair number of lessons that have been learned from some of the actions that have happened over this past construction season, and they have been sort of built into the process flows for the Strategic Capital Coordination Office.
Thank you. One of the major issues that has been recognized here in this chamber, I know it's in my community and many of my colleagues share it, is that when construction causes the closure of sidewalks, bike lanes, road lanes, pushing pedestrians, active transportation and cars into traffic or in places that makes it a little bit more precarious. Can you speak to us a little bit more about the steps that are being taken in this plan to reduce those impacts and focusing on road safety around closures like that?
Through the speaker, I can speak to that matter. In terms of managing pedestrians and all road users through construction zones, there's requirements in the contract that the contractor make provisions and allowances for all road users as part of their plan or their traffic plan for the project. So that is a requirement, and they are required to make allowances and provisions for each one of them. Our goal is to continue to monitor and strengthen our oversight of those actions to make sure that they provide for safe access for everyone. There may be times when the construction requires specific and very localized changes to the way people maneuver around. But again, it's required to be in a safe manner and compliant with all of our, for all road users, for all pedestrians, no matter what their abilities.
So sorry, is that new with this plan, or is that
It currently exists within our contract language, and it is about oversight and making sure that our contractors are aware that that is a specific requirement.
So what is the enhancement and the improvement in this plan? Because we know that there have been these obligations before, but either they are not adhered to, not enforced to a great enough degree, or they're not assessed for their appropriateness.
Oh, yeah, through the speaker, if I can add to Jennifer's comments as well, too. Through the Construction Hub program, sort of the step beyond that we've been taking is looking comprehensively at multiple projects happening in and around the same time. So within each project, they've got specific implications, but it's when you have the compounded effect that I think is a lot of the sort of complaints you may be hearing from residents. So with the development of the Construction Hub program, we are going to be moving forward with the additional funding through the fees to basically be doing a little bit more of a comprehensive audit. So again, looking at the mosaic of all the construction that's out there, some of it is city-led projects, some of it is private development. So we need to look at everything comprehensively and try to make sure that we keep things safe and reliable for everyone. And as part of that as well, doing a review from an accessibility perspective, which is also relatively new.
Thank you. My final question is just on the benefits of traffic agents. I've seen their effectiveness across the city, but I can specifically speak to that in my ward, whether it's on King Street and Liberty Village, and I could go on. Can you speak to the demands on traffic agents right now and how we plan to address this through an expansion of the program to allow them to be in more communities across the city?
Through the speaker,
That was your last question.
Thanks for the question. Yeah, we've seen great successes with the traffic agent program. We currently have 29 traffic agents in the complement. We recently just hired another 50 traffic agents, and we're going through the process right now of basically training in them and bring them on board. And you're right, it has been very challenging meeting the various demands around the city, especially when you need multiple traffic agents to cover a particular location. So the number of 30 traffic agents might seem significant, but against the number of locations, it really means that we can only handle a finite number of locations at any given time. But with the current plan, we are expanding the number of traffic agents, and by the spring of next year, we anticipate having roughly about 79, 80 traffic agents.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I just want to ask, I just want to put an answer on the record. I could come over there and do answers. I actually, my staff asked me to write a column about this, and so I started to read it. And Madam Speaker, I don't know if you've done it yet, but I went down the rabbit hole and read all of this, and then realized, oh, I don't know if I read all of it, and went back and read the original. So, in order to write this column. But it is hard in reading it as someone who represents north of the 401 because of where congestion currently is and where we struggle with it most in the daily peaks. All of its examples that it gives are in the core or closer to the waterfront where we have some of our pinch points. What I want to know is this is a plan that takes us all the way to the end of 2026 thus far. Are we tracking things here, and are we looking at where it might someday move its way out through the city? I have, for instance, an intersection that was once evaluated for development and found to be, you know, on numbers of cars alone and buses eligible for a scramble. It's so congested with pedestrians and cars and buses. but I don't envision a traffic agent or our wardens showing up there anytime soon, even though we'd love to have one. Is there a plan to take these learnings and begin to fan them out over the rest of the city limits?
Through the speaker, yes, absolutely. And we actually have deployed traffic agents in a number of locations in outside sort of the core. Certainly with the construction of the crosstown and having construction there where we've had some real challenges, especially with access to the Allen Road, as Councillor Cole will tell you. And so and that's not the only place we've deployed traffic agents when we've had that need, you know, because construction is moving into various pockets of the city that haven't seen it before. And so one of the things that we have learned in the last few years of creating and implementing our construction hubs. We started with one at Yonge and Eglinton, but we've since expanded that program. We have 9 now, and some of those will go away when the construction and the capital works are completed, and we will still look to move to other places in the city where that construction has started up. So Scarborough Town Centre, the Golden Mile, out in Park Lawn, places that we know we're going to be having additional construction, both capital and private development in the same location, where we can utilize the resources and the learnings that we have from the downtown to support throughput in the neighborhood.
You just named examples that I would have thrown up as things that have to be looked at. The Golden Mile with all the construction and development that's going to be around that volume, and once the crosstown is operating through the middle of it. Right. So the other thing is, from the first year to now, we got the SCCO going. We had some victories on King Street with an early completion, so we know that works, and now it works. So we're presenting solutions here in the update. Here are the things we're going to do next. These are things that might help us, some fee changes and the things that SCCO will do. Is there still a part of the team, the congestion management plan team, that's also looking at experimentation? So we're still absorbing, and it's these solutions and now it's just monitoring, or are we going to keep looking for even more solutions?
Through the speaker, I think you just wanted to hear Roger talk about that, so we're going to...
Yes, I love listening to Roger talk about that.
Through the speaker, thanks for the question. Absolutely. We're always looking at new technologies. Earlier this year, we started an initiative looking at new AI smart signals, and we're already starting to see successes with respect to that, and we'll be reporting on that going forward. Looking at rooftop cameras, there's a whole bunch of different technologies, specifically leading with respect to third-generation AI, that we are going to be reporting in subsequent months in terms of the successes there, and our plans to continue rolling and expanding the program.
Okay. So the final question, Madam Speaker, would be then, are we also monitoring? We got no difference from that, so now we're moving on. There may be some things that don't actually give us a result.
Yes, absolutely. And I do think there's other upgrades that are taking advantage of some technology that's maybe not as sexy. Certainly the upgrades to our Rodar system, the booking system with our QR codes, that's not necessarily brand new technology, but...
I found it sexy.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'm with you, but you know, that's not everybody does. So I do think that we can use those tools in maybe different ways to be able to help communicate more effectively with the public, and also to focus in and have some more predictability about where the utilities are doing work, where the developers are doing work, how long they're going to do them, etc.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So a few days ago, my husband and children were in a car accident, and I was surprised to find out there were 40 car accidents in the last 10 years in that intersection. So I'm just wondering, what kind of data are we using to inform our decisions? Why is there no red flags that are generated when there's certain hotspots for incidents?
Okay. Through the speaker, first of all, I'm sorry that happened, Councillor Cheng. We have an online map, a Vision Zero map, that actually pulls live data about crashes by intersection. It applies to the entire city. It also talks about the nature of the crash, like how it happened, what the mechanics of it were, who was impacted. And we use that information to readily review the locations and identify where changes need to be made. And very often you'll see when we talk about a project, maybe that's doing a complete streets review, we'll talk about the number of crashes that happened in that location. And so having that available, that's something your office can access, but we do use it in order to sort of build our capital projects and where we need to make those changes and to make spot improvements as well.
It seems to me that platforms like Google Maps and Waze would have even more data than what we would be able to generate in terms of especially congestion, right? Because they're constantly tracking the speeds of how people are traveling through our city. Do they provide any data that we are able to access?
Through the speaker, yes, we actually have an agreement with Waze, and I know we use a Google platform as well, but we have an agreement with Waze to share data, and so we certainly, and that's been in place for at least the last 5 years, where we have an active data sharing agreement with them so that we can get information into our traffic management center that we are finding that's crowdsourced from users, and we can provide information to them about incidents that are happening on the ground.
Is there an opportunity to use AI perhaps to read that data to make some suggestions about how we can facilitate more smooth traffic, more movement in our city?
Great question through the speaker, and maybe I tipped you off of that. But yeah, we're actually working on that as a pilot right now as we speak.
Oh, amazing. And, you know, at one point I heard that Yonge and Shepherd and Bayview and Shepherd were a couple of the worst intersections in the city. Apparently it was in the Toronto Life at one point. And I'm just wondering, you know, when can we get some love on traffic agents? Because, you know, I heard Councillor Carroll's questions and just hoping that there can be an expansion, especially in areas of density, in particular, high growth areas that have been designated by our planning division.
Yeah, through the speaker, absolutely. With the growth of the program and with the addition of the new traffic agents, we're going to be revisiting the warrants in terms of where we place traffic agents. And certainly, we would take a closer look at that intersection and make an assessment there.
And just wanted to clarify that the additional fees that could be incurred for lane closures won't apply to festivals, cultural events, any lane closures that are supporting our community economic and cultural activities.
Through the speaker, that is correct. It would not apply to them.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. So before we recess, Councillor Fletcher, you want to release an item? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker, it's the item on the ferries, and it's EX 17.3. I'd like to release that. There's nothing more to do on that.
Okay, recorded vote.
Record?
Yeah, recorded vote on electric ferries. Councillor Fletcher is, Councillor Holliday asked for a recorded vote. Yes. Okay, we're voting. Councillor Fletcher released EX 17.3 electric ferries. We're just there was a request for recorded vote. That's what we're voting on. There's no motion. She's just releasing the item. Yeah.
Councillor Fletcher, may we have your vote, please? In the affirmative? In the affirmative. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Perruzza, may we have your vote, please? Councillor Perruzza in the affirmative. Councillor Thompson, may we have your vote, please?
Yes, Madam Clerk, it's in the
Councillor-
affirmative. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson in the affirmative. Thank you. Councillor Morley, may we have your vote, please? Councillor Morley in the affirmative. Thank you.
The item carries. The vote is 22-2.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, one last release.
Yeah, under TE 16.75, council direction on PH 1413, allowing time for a thorough review.
On what item?
TE 16.75.
Oh.
I'll continue to hold it.
Hold that.
Thank you.
Okay. Somebody
I'm
said hold
holding.
it. All right. May I have a motion to introduce a confirmatory bill? So who wants to have the pleasure? Pardon? Mayor Chow. Mayor Chow.
That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion, the proceeding of City Council meeting 22 on October 9th, 2024.
Thank you. Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor, show of hands, carried. We're recessed to tomorrow at 9:30.